Good morning. I am Sam Cordes. It's January the 16th, 2018, and I'm the originator, so to speak, of the Cordes Oral Family History Project, and I've had a great time over the last couple of years interviewing my 6 older siblings. But now the question is, well, what about me? So I'm in Fort Collins, Colorado, and my niece, Wendy Abbott, is going to do the interview with me, and I really appreciate Wendy doing that. Now, in the course of the interview, I might say something about Wendy, your dad, or your mom, or whatever. So just to clarify who Wendy is, for those that want to watch this 300 or 400 years from now, Wendy is Kirk and Kathy's daughter. Kirk is my brother. I think that, oh, I did say we were in Fort Collins, which is where Wendy and her family lives. So thank you, Wendy, and I'll let you take over.
Okay. Uncle Sam, would you please share a little bit about your grandparents, special memories, or any thoughts you have about them?
Okay. Well, this will be fairly short, and the reason, and this is something I'll reference from time to time, my father was almost 57 years old. So let me start with my dad's side. My father was almost 57 years old when I was born. So that meant that his mother, my grandmother, had already died at the ripe old age of, I don't know, 85 or something like that. My grandfather, on my dad's side, lived to be 97, and he died actually just about the time I was born, maybe a few weeks before or after. But at any rate, the point is, I didn't know either of my grandparents on my father's side. Now, on my mother's side, it was quite different, partly because she was 17 years younger than my father, and so her mother and father were very much alive when I was born, although my grandfather, Funk, died when I was about 8 or 9, and I don't have that much of a recollection of him. He was a little bit aloof, but I remember I remember very well one day in Sturgis, South Dakota, he just gave me a dollar bill when I was about 4 years old, which would probably be worth $50 today, and I'll never forget that little act of generosity. His wife, my mother's mother, Grandma Funk, I remember her quite well. Spent lots and lots of time with her, and she was a real character. Both she and Grandpa Funk had migrated out to western South Dakota in the early 1900s, and I think she was really more the one that made things happen in their life. She was very ambitious, entrepreneurial. She had ideas on businesses that she wanted to start and things she wanted to do until she was, until she died. She died, I think, in 1967 at the age of 85 or something like that. But she was a very colorful character, a large woman, at least in later years. And I have great memories of spending time, not just as a family, but one-on-one with Grandma Funk. I used to always make a point to go visit her whenever I got a chance, whether I was in college or whatever. We played canasta, a card game that she loved. She lived, when I was growing up, she lived in Inning, South Dakota, and she had a cool house there with the apple orchard and everything. Great memories. And then more generally, I was and am still close to a number of family members on my mother's side of the family, first cousins and so on. In the case of my dad's, that was never the case. Again, I think a lot of it was because of the age difference. And also, my father left home when he was 16 or 17 to seek his fortune in Wyoming and Colorado. I remember him saying very well that too damn many kids, I've got to get out of here. And so he did. He split. So my dad, I don't think, was maybe all that close to his siblings because he was not at home when they were growing up. And my mother, in contrast, was. So in general, I don't know that there was any real issues or animosity on my dad's side, but in general, from my point of view anyway, I would characterize my mother's family as much tighter and closer and warmer than my dad's side. We did occasionally have a Cordes reunion in Rapid City. My dad used to kind of roll his eyes and say, another tribal gathering. And we would dutifully go, and, we all had a good time. But that's, well, one other thing I would say, the interesting thing is I don't remember my dad ever talking much about his mother. I don't think they had any issues or anything, but he did talk about his dad some, but that was more about not as much the kind of person his dad was as his history of coming over after the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 or whatever, and coming out to Dakota Territory, and there were some good stories about my grandfather Cordes that Dad did relate to him. I don't think he ever referred to him as my dad. I think he always called him the old man, which I find kind of interesting. I think I have that right. I think that's about all I have on that, Wendy.
Okay, thank you. Sam, what are some of the most important events or memories you have prior to first grade?
Okay, well, we'll start at the beginning. I don't actually remember the day I was born, but it was November 15th, 1943. It was a maternity home, not a hospital, in Sturgis, South Dakota. My given name was Don, or maybe Donald, I don't know. And that stayed with me until I was in high school, and everyone was calling me Sam, after my grandfather, Sam Funk, my mother's dad. So it got confusing in high school. Teacher would, first day of class, would ask, well, do roll call and ask for Don Cordes, and I'd be looking around the room seeing where he was. So I changed it to Sam. Middle name has a bit of an interesting history too. Meade, that's the county in which I was born and raised. My father was the county commissioner of Meade County. He felt a lot of loyalty to that. And it turns out Meade is a pretty decent middle name, really. I don't have any objection, but I used to kid Dad and say, I'm just glad you weren't county commissioner in Minnehaha County or Hooker County, Nebraska, or whatever, and I wouldn't be quite as pleased with my middle name. But the first 5 years, to get at the heart of your question, Wendy, I spent in Sturgis, South Dakota with my mother. My father was out on the ranch, and my mother was in Sturgis for a period of about almost 20 years, sending kids, my siblings and myself, to high school. And during that almost 20-year period, my dad would be at the ranch, mother would be in Sturgis during the academic year, and then we would be out at the ranch in the summer, and some occasional weekends. So my first more than 5 years were spent in Sturgis and I think this probably had quite a bit of implications on the way that I turned out. My exposure during those important formative years was almost exclusively to Mother and her friends and 5 older sisters. So I got lots of feminine guidance in my upbringing, and I was spoiled, but I make a distinction between being spoiled and being a brat. I don't think I was a brat. I hope I wasn't a brat. But when I say spoiled, I could just basically do anything I wanted. There were no restrictions. I stayed up until midnight, 1 o'clock or whatever, after everyone else has gone to bed, cutting cars and stuff out of magazines for my scrapbooks and stuff like that. I always had projects. And I hung around a lot with my sisters, again, who kind of spoiled me, and their friends. And I spent most of my time, well, it was during the academic year, so the weather wasn't perfect to be outside, but I did spend some time outside. I had a little area out there that I created, making roads and bridges and stuff. I remember one time I was really focused on this stuff. Okay, we had a little interruption there, and I was just getting ready to tell one funny story about when I was playing outside in Sturgis, and I was really focused when I was doing stuff like that, and I thought I felt something on top of my head, but I didn't pay much attention to it, and in short order, there was bird shit starting to come down around my ears. There were a lot of pigeons around that old house, and a pigeon had flown over, lit on my head, and took a dump. I remember going in the house. My mother could hardly contain. She wanted to be sensitive and supportive, but I said, "Mom," she used to tell me this. I don't. Well, I do remember. She said, I said, "A bird fluted over my head, littered on my head, and shitted on my head." And so that's a specific memory that I wanted to share. I slept in a crib until I was, I don't know how old, but well, all the time I was in Sturgis, and then even after that, out at the ranch for a while. Sometimes, or I would sleep in Sturgis with my mother or my sisters. Again, this is all part of the special treatment that I got, and I loved very much. I remember being able to make my own baby bottle, which I used. I don't know. I guess when I went to first grade, I stopped. But I had decayed teeth on my baby teeth because largely, I think, because of that. But yeah, I go to the refrigerator and make myself a bottle of milk. So this kind of tells you the kind of pampering and childhood I had before going to grade school. But I really have great memories of those 5+ years in Sturgis with hanging out with mother and my sisters and my sister's friends. I had really very little exposure to my dad, except occasionally on weekends, and then in the summer. There were two specific things that I wanted to share that are kind of interesting. I think my father was always very involved and interested in politics, and much more so than my mother. I think my mother's must have always kept her voting site at Elm Springs rather than Sturgis, because I don't know why else she would have been out at the ranch in November of 1948. But that was a historical year in that President Truman was running for election, and everyone was predicting that he would be defeated. And he pulled a huge upset. My dad was a Truman supporter. I remember sitting on my dad's lap in the rocking chair in the ranch house, and Dad had the radio on, and Mother was in the kitchen, and he would be, it was a seesaw race all night long, but he would yell into Mother, and he would say, "I think Truman's going to get in," or, "Oh my God, it looks like Dewey's going to get in." And I had this visual memory of these two men, one called Truman and the other called Dewey, on opposite sides of a door, tugging on the door, seeing who could get into the other one's room. Another and final story I'll share is that South Dakota and much of the western northern Great Plains was hit by one of the worst blizzards ever in 1949. My dad at the time was selling cattle in Sioux City, Iowa. He managed to, at some point, to get a private plane to fly him out to the ranch because he was worried to death about his livestock. And he made it there safely. And Mother was aware that, I think, that he was finally safe, but she wanted to go out and be supportive of him. And she chartered a plane, maybe a few days or a week or two later, to fly out to the ranch from Sturgis. And I remember that was my first plane ride, and I couldn't see out over the windows, and it had skis on it because they had to land on the snow out at the ranch. A guy by the name of Cecil Hayes was the local pilot, and all of a sudden, 20 minutes or half hour, whatever, we were at the ranch, and my parents had a very emotional, reunion because it had been a tough time. Mom was very worried about Dad. But I asked later in the evening, my mother, I said, "Was that plane really off the ground?" I said, I couldn't see, and an airplane was pretty mysterious to me, so I wasn't really sure we'd flown, but I just wanted to make sure we had. So I think those are my memories up to first grade. They were very, very positive.
Can you tell me a little bit about, or a lot about, your life on the ranch while you were going to grade school?
Okay. Well, the last segment was my 5+ years in Sturgis, primarily or entirely almost with my mother. So first grade came, and I moved to the ranch to spend 8 years with my dad. And this was really a special time because it was really the first time that I'd ever spent consistent quality time with my dad. We would sometimes go to Sturgis for the weekends, but for those 8 years, the ranch was really my home. And then in the summers, Mother would come out there. Kirk was there through the 5th grade, and then he went on to high school, and then it was just Dad and me, except Carolyn and Marvin. Carolyn's my older sister, one of my older sisters, began working with Dad, for Dad on the ranch, and so they were there, I think, about the time that Kirk went off to high school. And her husband Marvin, who became an incredibly important part of my life, was there during some of my grade school years. And then my 8th grade, my teacher was my first cousin, Monty Ferguson, and so he lived there at the ranch. We also had occasional hired men that lived there at the ranch. Oh, and one year, my sister, Valva, was a teacher and actually taught at a different school than where Kirk and I were going, at least at the beginning of the year. But we then transferred to Belva's school mid-year, and so she was living at the ranch as well. But mainly it was some great quality time with just Dad and Kirk, and going to the I was living there at the ranch. We didn't have any running water. We did have a primitive, we called it light plant, that generated electricity, 32 volts, and it would allow a little dim bulb to be lit. But real electricity, as we know it today, didn't arrive until I was midway through grade school. We had a crank telephone kind of thing. It only worked periodically. Didn't have any TV until the 8th grade, when Mother won one in a raffle in Sturgis. So suddenly, by then we had electricity, and there was a station in Rapid City that we could get on a very fuzzy kind of a basis. And I also remember the first toaster that came into the household. It's funny how you remember some of these weird little things. Kirk and I were so excited that we would drive home from our one. We didn't always have. Oftentimes we walked to school. Sometimes Dad took us, but there were occasions that Kirk would drive the 2 miles roughly to our school, and we were so excited about the toaster that at noon for lunch, rather than eat it at the school, we would run home and have toast. Maybe 5 or 6 slices until we had enough toast. While we didn't have running water, we did have a well, but that well on the ranch was the water, well, it's fine for livestock, but was not good for the household. So we had to go about 2 miles to the Bruce family and fill up cream cans for our drinking water. We would do that, I don't know, once or twice a week or something like that. So it was, by today's standards, it was fairly primitive. We had an old, in the living room, kind of an old coal burning stove, as I recall. Although at some point we got a propane type of gas. That was a huge breakthrough. We had a refrigerator that was run by kerosene. Somehow I don't know how that all worked, but it did work. But it would blow up every so often and have a big cloud of smoke in the kitchen. And the kitchen cook stove was one of those old relics that you see in antique stores and stuff. But it was very functional. Wood and coal. Had a reservoir, it was called, on the side where you put, 3 or 4 gallons of water. So you always had warm water, simply because the stove was was being fired up. Dad was a pretty good cook. He did most of the cooking. His specialties were mulligan stew and sourdough pancakes. Your dad was a pretty good cook too. He helped out in the kitchen. My job really was more to keep the house neat and orderly and do dishes, and I took great pride in that. The evenings I have great memories of those. I remember sitting on my dad's lap listening he had a favorite rocking chair. I now have that rocking chair. That's important to me.
I've seen it at your house.
Yeah, right. And he would listen to the radio. He was always interested in world affairs and news, and so we got a lot of that. And he was very patient, and I would have a lot of questions about stuff going on, the Korean War and stuff like that. And he would always give me great explanations and insights into what was going on. He was very patient with me, and I think a lot of my lifelong interest in world affairs and politics and current events and so on stem from that time I spent with those 8 years out at the ranch with Dad. But in addition to the news, there were also our favorite radio programs, and they were on evenings, but also on Sunday. Sunday afternoon and evening was really a huge time for the very, very best. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, Gunsmoke, Amos and Andy, Our Miss Brooks, Suspense. So that was something that we always looked forward to, listening to Dad. Dad was not at all musical, in fact, like me, very unmusical. But he did like the hit parade. He loved listening to the hit parade I believe that was probably a Sunday evening thing. I did have my own bedroom, but often I would sleep with Dad, and I was a wild sleeper. I would kick and thrash around, so he created a big, I don't know, it must have rolled up several quilts or something. It was a pretty big package that he put between us to divide us so that I wouldn't keep him awake all night with my kicking and thrashing around.
Did you know that your brother's the same way?
Well, I outgrew mine, but he's still that way, isn't he?
Yeah, I think
so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh, he was wilder than I was in bed.
Yeah.
Oh.
He howls and screams too.
Yeah. You are right. Thanks for bringing that in.
But I think you both passed it on to Eva.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She's like that too.
I had a pillow between the two of us.
Okay,
night.
Well, it's part of the family legacy.
It is. Yep.
Part of the family legacy. I enjoyed school. One of the big events was a county level spelling contest, spelling bee. And I was a winner of that many times. And I give my dad a lot of credit for that, because we would sit there again I would be on his lap most of the time in his rocking chair, and he'd turn the radio off. He had a little book full of words at school, I guess had given him or whatever. He would drill me through those words very patiently, night after night after night. And so I think he took great pride and ownership in knowing that the blue ribbon was in part appropriately due to him. We played checkers quite a bit, Dad and I, and then Kirk and I. But I spent a lot of my time just entertaining myself. I've always had all kinds of projects and ideas, some of which were pretty bizarre, but I always was able to entertain myself. I had little games like a little bowling alley and stuff that just one person could run, and I collected stamps and old coins and stuff like that. Now, one of the big deals was going to Sturgis on the weekend from the ranch. We didn't go every weekend, but we did. Kirk and Dad and I, and that was huge, because you go to this huge metropolis. There was running water, there was electricity. You could go to the Dakota Theater on a Saturday matinee and see Roy Rogers and Gene Autry for 14 cents. And man, most of the other kids, well, I think all the others out there at Elm Springs and Dalzell didn't have a home in Sturgis, and so we were pretty sophisticated and privileged on that count. I received a toolbox as a Christmas gift, probably when I was maybe in the 6th grade or whatever, and that really got me very interested in a little bit in mechanics, but more woodworking stuff. And so I turned the north side of our basement at the ranch house basically into, it grew over the years, 4 or 5 years or whatever, into, it was my my space. And my little toolbox grew into, a lot of tools, including an electric saw and all kinds of, which is pretty unusual at that point in time. And I built a lot of things, like a cutting board for Mother. I built some kind of a equivalent kind of a TV tray that my dad could put around his rocking chair, and he could sit there and have his newspapers instead of, or whatever, on the thing that I built. I built dish racks. This summer when we were out at the ranch and at the bunkhouse, there's a little matchbox holder in the bunkhouse, and I built that. So I had a lot of little things like that I built. I called my business Sam's Super Service. And I have. The only thing that's left of Sam's Super Service is my little wood shingle that was hung out over the doorway, and I still have that, but I think that's all that there is left of Sam's Super Service. I did, in some of my projects, though, did go south and didn't work out very well. I remember one time I started a fire in the basement, and had it not been for my hero of all time, Marvin Anders, my brother-in-law, married to Carolyn, he saved my life. He saved the house from burning down. It was bad news. I inherited a .22 single-shot rifle, I think from Kirk. Remember shooting a window out of the house one time, and so I was called. I had a nickname during those years. The nickname was Disaster, so it was appropriate, I think. I like to read. We always had chores at the ranch, nothing too demanding, but feeding chickens, gathering eggs, that kind of thing. I kept meticulous records on everything imaginable, totally obsessed. Can you imagine?
Shocking, yeah.
The number of eggs laid each day, the weather, oh my God. I still have some of those things. And I also had a canary that I got somehow, that I pampered, and I would spend hours taking care of my canary until my canary died. I had another project with a hamster. This might have actually been later in life. Well, not too late, but I had read that if you had a pair of hamsters and you let them reproduce, at the end of the year you'd have 100,000, and hamsters cost about $1. So I bought 2 hamsters with visions of having $100,000 at the end of that year. Well, they did reproduce in a little litter of about 3 or 4. The mama hamster ate all the little ones. Yeah. So that was the end of my hamster enterprise. The last couple of years, or well, at least certainly the last year that I was at the ranch, 8th grade, Carolyn and Marvin by then had established their own home down on the Cheyenne River in a trailer home, a mobile home. I hung out down there some, and my cousin, Monty Ferguson, that was my teacher, we liked to play cards. So with them. So we would go down there once or twice a week and play pitch was our big game. That especially that year that Monty was there. Good memories about that. In the summers now, I talked mainly about kind of during the school year, but in the summers, your dad, Kirk, was much more likely to be out riding horseback with Dad, and I did sometimes, but I more likely stayed behind and took care of other projects. Like I had a little town I built on the north side of our ranch house with little buildings, and I had part of it was a cattle ranch, and it had spools, thread spools, and big spools were bulls, middle-sized ones were cows, and the small spools were calves. And Dad liked to garden, and I helped him a lot in the garden. My gardening skills continued over the years, as you know, Wendy, into Lincoln, Nebraska. Kirk and I, we got along well, but 3.5 years age difference is quite a bit at that point in time. So we did play and hang out quite a bit together, but and quite occasionally as siblings too, we would have a kerfuffle or a squabble of some sort. But he was always also my big brother, and he protected me. I remember at school one day, David Finner peed on me, and Kirk dutifully punched him out, protecting his little brother. We Kirk and I had a imaginary friend called Sippy Soppy Co. Sippy Soppy Co was an amazing person. In contrast to today's action figures, today's action figures are junior varsity compared to the kinds of things that Sippy Soppy Co could do. Sippy Soppy Co, for example, could dig all the way through to China in less than 30 minutes. I can't remember some of his other things that he could do, but your dad might be able to fill in some of the blanks. But amazing man Sippy Soppy Co was.
Didn't Sippy Soppy Co have a friend of his own named Nanny Tooney?
Well, yeah, Nanny Tooney was in the picture too. I don't know exactly how those two were related. I had more affinity to Sippy Soppy Co. I think Kirk and our sister Kay, I think Nanny Tooney was maybe a bit more of a thing with them. And I don't know quite what Nanny Tooney was all about, but I sure know what Sippy Soppy Co could do.
I think Sippy Soppy Co might have swept Nanny Tooney out of the house or something like that. So.
Well, Sippy Soppy Co is certainly capable of it. Well, Sippy Soppy Co is capable of anything. So yeah,
apparently,
yes. yeah. He could do it all. He could do it all.
Okay.
So that's kind of ranch life.
Do you have any thoughts or nuggets you want to expand upon in the community life around Dalzell and Elm Springs?
Sure. The community of Elm Springs today is well, there was a post office at Dalzell, and that was our address, and the one-room school we went to was the Dalzell School. But that went away, I don't know exactly when, but I guess at the time we were out there in grade school probably, and then Elm Springs became the big town, and there's virtually nothing left of it now. It was never heavily populated, but by today's standards, there were quite a few people out there then. Our nearest neighbor was about 2 miles away, but Elm Springs did have a grocery store and a little bar, served beer, card games, and stuff like that. I don't remember a lot of socializing outside of school. There was some. There was a 4-H club that was it was pretty marginal, kind of on again, off again. There was occasionally a Saturday night dance, country dance at Elm Springs, but in grade school, that didn't do much for me. But it became mighty important later in high school and stuff. The various one-room schools out there, and there were probably 6 or 8 of them, would combine around Christmas time for a big, huge Christmas program at the Elm Springs Community Hall, and that was something we always looked forward to. There is and was a church at Elm Springs, but I don't remember going to that much. I don't think we did. Maybe it wasn't functioning. The church did have a week, maybe 2 weeks, I think it's just 1 week, Bible school in the summer, that kids from the whole area would come together and go to Bible school, and that was kind of a big deal. We got mail Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That was always those 3 days were important when we got mail. So that, the neighbors are always kind and generous and helpful to one another, and we always got along with all of our neighbors, as near as I knew or can remember. Yeah. So, I didn't say much about the school, did I? I mean,
Other than
one room school.
Monty was your teacher for a while.
Yeah. Let me elaborate on that a little bit.
How many kids went to the school?
Well, yeah. During my 8 years there, I don't think there was ever more than a dozen kids, and that would include all 8 grades. And many years there were certain grades there was no one in the school. Through most of the time, there was really only one other family that had children there, and that was the Bruce family, the Klaus and Polly Bruce family. One of their sons, Larry, whose birthday is just a couple weeks different from mine, we became fast friends in first grade, and we're still in touch, and we see each other occasionally. When Larry and we were in the same grade. When we graduated from 8th grade, Monty being our teacher, by the way, that was an interesting 8th grade. Monty was a big baseball fan, and we had our recesses sometimes took up more time, I think, than maybe the studies inside. But where was I going with that? When Larry and I graduated from 8th grade, and then the Bruce family simultaneously moved to Sturgis. That was the end of the Dalzell one-room school that we went to, and it's now, the building itself though is on my nephew Rod Anders' home place. Those one-room schools, of course, didn't have running water, or well, I guess they did have electricity maybe in my latter years, maybe 6th, 7th, and 8th or something like that, but no running water. They were very primitive. They just had an old oil burning stove in the middle of the room that wasn't all that dependable, but it pretty much got the job done. It's interesting. All of my teachers, none of them had anything close to a college degree. But they were, for the most part, a couple of exceptions, for the most part, they were really very, very good, Some of them were women, probably politically incorrect to call them old maids, but that's what we called them then, that were in their 50s and 60s and unmarried, and that was their whole life and career. Then others, and Monty was the only man teacher I had, were pretty young. He was only 19 or something when he taught me in 8th grade. And Monty is, despite playing a lot of baseball and stuff, he did a good job. We learned. I have no criticism of the one-room rural school that we went to. I did mention, I think earlier, that one year Balva was teaching a nearby school called the Lynn School, and midway through that school year, Balva was driving to that school anyway. Dad decided that we might as well go there, and so Balva, my sister, was teacher for one half of the year. The other reason that we transferred there is Kirk was always getting in trouble with the teacher at the other school, and so I think
the one that was afraid of mice.
No, that was a different one.
Oh.
That was a different one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Different story.
Yeah. He got Kirk. Your dad got in lots of trouble. I never got in any. When Balva was teaching that one year, the blizzard of 1952 hit, which was not as lengthy as the blizzard of '49 that I referenced earlier, but it was a horrific 36 hours, maybe 48, maybe not a long one, but I remember the morning when Balva, Kirk and I drove to our school. It was just a beautiful January morning, and then just almost like instantly, 10 o'clock in the morning or something, you just couldn't see. You couldn't see 5 feet. The neighbors that lived nearby the school, maybe a half a mile away, came to try to rescue us. And we got in their pickup trucks and made it about 100 yards and hit the drifts and stuff. So they escorted us. They made sure we got back to the school. And we spent the night, Belvin and her kids, probably a total of 8 kids or something in that school. And looking back on that, that could have been life-threatening in many ways, including if that old oil-burning stove would all frozen to death. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And your dad and one other student at one point decided to walk about 100 yards to an old barn to see if they could find, I don't know if they were looking for blankets or whatever, but that was probably not a wise decision.
Okay.
They could never, they might not have never returned to the school. But anyway, we got through that, and my father almost lost his life in that blizzard too, because he was out feeding cattle, and he got lost, and he knew his way around, and he finally let his horses get him back to the ranch. But yeah, I mean, he had been through countless blizzards over his lifetime. You know, he's in his late 60s, so he'd been around the block and the weather, and he was a smart person about the weather, but that one even blindsided him, and he almost lost his life because he couldn't find his way home, but the horse that got him there. So that's one almost tragedy. I remember we did have one teacher, I think it might have been a woman by the name of Mrs. Shaw, that she had a decent temperament, but once in a while we'd do something that would set her off, and she'd walk up behind us in a chair, put her hands on back, and just shake us. I mean, like for 2 minutes. If you were one of the ones that wasn't being shook, you would watch your fellow student, your heads would just be flopping all over. I mean, by today, she would.
That wouldn't fly.
It was really, really bad when she grabbed a hold of you and put her. But you know what? We were pretty careful around her. We didn't get out of line very often. I don't think I ever did. I was scared to death of her. Let me see here if there's anything else I want to comment on, or if you have any thoughts. I would mention that somewhere during that 8 years, I took my first major trip with Grandma Funk to Denver, Colorado, which was like huge. I could be a bit of a pest, and I had on other occasions badgered my dad mercilessly about never having been out of state. And even our neighbors, the Bruces, had crossed the border to go get into North Dakota. So I felt pretty
Abused?
Yeah,
Deprived.
disadvantaged, I guess. And one day, on a Sunday, as I'm scrolling through here looking at things, we went up to my sister Twyla's, who lived near Belfouge, for a Sunday dinner. This was before my trip a couple years later to Denver with Grandma. And after dinner, Dad turned to me and said, "Sam, let's go for a little ride." Okay, so I got in the car and we drove, no more than 10 miles, I suppose, across the Wyoming line to Beulah, Wyoming. And he said, "There, damn it, you've now been out of the state of South Dakota." He probably didn't say damn it. My father rarely cussed. But anyway, he said, "You've now been out of the state of South Dakota. I don't want to hear any more from you again." So, I do think of a couple of things here I would like to share. I had chicken pox. That freaked me out. But I was more terrified in grade school over polio, My uncle, Bud, my mother's brother, had spent most of his life, all of his adult life, in a wheelchair because of polio. So I think that's one of the reasons I was scared. Well, the famous Salk vaccine came into play about 1953, which was huge thing to happen because families and kids were terrified, and a lot of kids contracted, and some of them died from polio. And I was sure I was going to be one of them if I didn't get that vaccine right away. And again, I badgered my parents unmercifully on getting that shot, and and I remember saying things like, "Well, I guess you'd just rather see me die." I could do a pretty good guilt trip, I guess. I don't know. My grandma or my grandpa Funk, I think I already mentioned that, though. He died during my years in grade school at Elm Springs, 1952, I think it was. So anyway, that's a bit of a rambling thing, but I don't know. Anything else?
You covered a lot. I can't think of
Okay.
anything else. All right. So when it came time to go to high school, what was it like going to high school in the town of Sturgis, being a country kid and all?
Well, it was a bit of a shock. But before getting into the high school thing, let me just go back and pick up a couple things I want to kind of summarize, I guess, my 8 years of grade school. This was really a very special time for me because it's the first time I'd ever had quality time with my dad. Now, when I started grade school out there, he was 62, and by the time I graduated from the 8th grade, he was 70. So, and the downside was it was during that period that he started having some serious health problems, heart problems. And as you can imagine, I worried a lot about being fatherless. And that was really the only downside of those 8 years, worrying about my dad and his health. The good news is that Marvin had come into my life at that point in time, and he was a source of great comfort, reassurance, and basically a significant father figure that he played, and he and I became extremely close, and he played a huge and important part in my life. I just wanted to, but except for my dad's health and my concerns about that, it was a great 8 years out there. Now on to high school. So I moved from Sturgis to Elm Springs, Dalzell for grades 1 through 8. Now I'm back in Sturgis for 4 years. Once again, living at 1611 Davenport Street. We would, of course, spend the summers on the ranch, and occasionally we would go out there during the school year too. But it is a big shift to go from a little one-room school of 6, 8, 10 kids to, a huge school of maybe, 300 or something like that. And country kids, I think, were a little insecure anyway. We kind of viewed ourselves as not part of the cool city crowd. So there were some insecurities. I was further handicapped by my my size. When I started the 9th grade, I was 4'10", and I weighed 77 pounds. The smallest kid in 9th grade by far. But I was a good student. I made the honor roll a number of times. I pretty much liked all of my subjects. I especially liked math, history, geography. I love journalism. I think my 2 favorite teachers was my journalism teacher, one by the name of Helen Woods, and my math teacher, Gilbert Bruns. Now, I was a good student, and I took my studies seriously, but it didn't mean I didn't have time for fun. I did have a lot of fun. I had a lot. After I got over my insecurity and started making friends and stuff, it wasn't so bad. My best friend was Roger Keffler, who I'm still in fairly close contact with, and Um, Terry Mahaffey, Don Arns, Roy Humble, Dwight Cundy, Darwin Brink. Those were sort of my best buddies. We went to the country dances, had a great time, whether it's Elm Springs, Union Center, Whitewood, different places. Movies at the Dakota Theater were continuing to be an important part of our life. And I think one of those questions is about the dating scene, right?
Yes. What was your story?
Well, this is kind of funny. I mentioned I was 4'10". The tallest girl in my freshman class is the one that I became attracted to. So she and I, for this romance, my first romance, probably lasted all of 5 weeks, right? On our dates, if we were in the back seat of a car, I would sit on her purse so that I could manage to get my arm around her.
God.
And then, when it came time to walk her to the door of the home where she was living, it fortunately had steps. And how did this work? Oh yeah, I would get on one step and she'd get on the lower one, and then and I could give her a good night kiss. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do that. So that was. But then later, I started growing, probably at the end of my sophomore year, and by the time I graduated from high school, I'm probably about almost as tall as I am now, which is tall. But anyway, so I got that. That helped me get over my insecurities, and ultimately, I did have a few other girlfriends in high school. But it was a good time. At Mother also boarded, is what we called it, country kids that needed a place to stay. Their families lived too great a distance from Sturgis, and one of those was a good friend of mine, still is, Don Arns. My first cousin, Patsy Ferguson, stayed with us at the house in Sturgis. I don't know, at least 1 year, maybe more than that. I was my last 2 years as a junior and senior, I wrestled, and at the risk of sounding immodest, I was good. I was all state. I ended up third 1 year in the state, and actually the person that won the state is someone that I had beat twice during the regular season. So I was disappointed that I wasn't a state champion, but nevertheless I was pretty good. I bought my first car when I was a senior. It's a 1959 Chevy Impala, and it was quite the vehicle, used. But I did have another car I tried to get rolling, a 1948 Ford that I called Mabel, and I did get a few miles on it, but largely because of Marvin. Marvin was a great mechanic, and he spent countless hours. He was always helping me, trying to get the thing going, and we did. But really, my first real car that I could trust was my '59 Chevy. We spent the summers, as I mentioned, on the ranch, and by then I was old enough to start helping out, in the hay fields and stuff. I might have even done that the summer or two before I graduated from 8th grade. I can't remember, but I worked a lot with your dad, Kirk, and Marvin in the summers during high school. And I really enjoyed working with them. I did not enjoy the work. Just wasn't cut out to be a rancher. Oh, the worst job of all is haying, sitting on a rake behind a tractor, 10, 12 hours a day, just sitting there on a dump rake. Oh, it was brutal. So those are some of my high school memories and circumstances. I don't know, is there stuff in there that I was supposed to comment on?
Well, I was curious, this is trivial, but how big was your house in Sturgis? How many bedrooms did it have?
It was a large house. What's the architecture? Princess Anne, Queen Anne, or
So it's
You come to
pretty-
the old Victorian style.
Uh-huh.
It's on the National History Registry.
Oh, really?
It's a classic. It really is. And I had the good fortune, this just a few months back, to tour it for the first time in I don't know how long. My parents sold it about 1965, and it's fundamentally unchanged in the inside. Well, in the outside too. They've kept it up very well. To answer your question, there were 2 bedrooms downstairs and 3 upstairs. And there was a bathroom upstairs and 1 downstairs. It is a classic if you could ever finagle your way into it to see it as I was able to. It's worthwhile. It has a great history too. The people that previous owners, like there was a guy by the name of Jack Hale that was a very colorful sort of legend around western South Dakota and in late 1800s, early 1900s.
He owned it?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah. So yeah, it's a beautiful home.
Did you take any vacations during high school? Or any incidents that you wish to describe?
Well, my parents, Kirk and I, went to Yellowstone National Park one summer. And then this was, I think, between my freshman and sophomore year in high school. One January, my parents, I got an excused absence from school. My parents, my sister Kay, and I went to a cattlemen's convention in Oklahoma City. This was big time stuff for someone that rarely got out of the state of South Dakota. Yeah, and those were good trips and good memories. I talked a little bit about entertainment, and I think one of the questions there is about movies and songs and stuff like that. And I thought about that a little bit. This was it was during this period that Presley made his big debut, but the country kids at least were really not into rock and roll very much, even though ultimately the crossover between rockabilly and all that stuff became pretty blurred, but the dividing line was more pronounced, and so we weren't really in. I love Elvis now, but he didn't do much for me then. But it was a more hardcore country artist of Johnny Cash and Patsy Cline, Johnny Horton. Some of the great songs that I remember and loved were the Tennessee Waltz, Walk the Line, Battle of New Orleans, Waterloo, Running Bear. So that was kind of the music scene, as I recall that. You ask about incidents that were of maybe a hilarious, funny side. I can think of a couple. My senior year, it was Halloween, and I had my 1959 Chevrolet Impala, and some friends of mine and I decided to go do a little mischief. And one of the things that we did is we went up to the Meade County Fairgrounds, and there was a couple of toilets joined together that we decided we would push over, right? And we all got out and pushed over. Well, guess who was sitting in the car behind them? The Sturgis City Police. So we jumped back in the car, and I was going to outrun the police, right? I ended up on some airstrip out there around the fairgrounds with my lights off, trying to zigzag, and
That's smart.
Kind of not very smart thing. Anyway, I finally came up to a fence and stopped, and there they were with their, they had their guns drawn and everything. You know, they thought that we were, I guess, pretty hardcore criminals. But I got put on some kind of a probation or something for that. My mother was not very thrilled about that. I had to report to a probation officer for a few weeks or something like that. I had an enterprise of making cigarettes from these hand rollers that I would sell to my friends at a rate that was below the package price, and I was doing pretty well. And then my dad found out about that. He came unglued. He said, that's a federal offense. You got to have a stamp to sell cigarettes. He scared the shit out of me, and so that was the end of my cigarette business. I'm going to skip the circumcision event, but if you want to talk about that offline, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, this is a G-rated.
But we'll keep that out of this. I guess on a more serious note, I would say that I had a great time in high school, great time. But again, one of the downside was my dad's health. He had his first stroke, a major one, when I was, I believe, a sophomore in high school. So that continued my concern about that. And I did have that insecurity from being a country kid going to the big city, and a little bit of an identity crisis, because most of the kids, you kind of knew where they belonged, and most of the country kids were into ranching and the ranch life. And even though I was a ranch kid, I really wasn't into the ranch life. I didn't see it in my future. I just wasn't, and so I kind of struggled with that. And I'll pick up on that a little bit when we talk about the next step, going away to college, because I did that basically out of default, not because I wanted to go to college, just because I didn't know what else to do, because I knew I didn't want to go back to the ranch.
Okay. Sam, can you tell me more about your life after high school? Where did you live, your marriages, etc.?
Well, I can't tell you everything during that 5 to 6 year period, because some of it is X-rated. But I'll do the best I can with what can be shared in polite company, beginning with the fact that after I graduated from high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do, because, and I think I mentioned this earlier, I didn't really fit in the ranching culture. I liked the rodeo stuff, and I liked sort of the party aspect and all that, but I really wasn't cut out to be a rancher. I think some of that was because I never really spent much time with Dad until I was 6 years old or whatever, and those first 5 years are kind of formative. And but for whatever reason, it just never really clicked. And in retrospect, I would have been a disaster as a rancher. I mean, I just don't get it. I always admired and respected, Kirk, your dad, Marvin, my dad, and stuff. They were just naturals. I was not. They would say, "You see that cow up there in Dalzell Canyon?" I could barely see her. Well, that's the one 3 years ago that wouldn't claim her calf, and we then gave that calf to that other heifer over there to the left of her. Christ, all those cows looked alike to me. I mean, I was fortunate to be able to tell Herefords from Angus, and beyond that, I couldn't do anything. So I'm not going to be a rancher. Most of my peers in high school were going many of them were going back to the farm or ranch. Some of them were going into the military. Others were going to work, in more physical occupations like construction and stuff. But none of that had appeal to me. So I went to college by default. I don't think there were that many in my class that did. But I often say that I made a lot of good decisions for the wrong reason, and this would have been one of them. I went to college not because I wanted to go to college, but because I didn't want to do any of the other things that my friends and classmates were doing. And I didn't, and I'm not critical at all here, I didn't get any guidance or really much support from my parents. No guidance, because I was the first one in my family that had ever gone to college. I mean, some of my sisters had gone for 3-4 month periods to get a teaching certificate. But I was the first one that was actually going to college and maybe spend 4 years there. So that was uncharted territory for them. I don't think they opposed it, although I don't know that they were necessarily enthusiastic about it. I think they were just a little puzzled, kind of about. But they didn't object, and so then the question was, well, where do I go? And I had to think all this stuff through myself. Still have no idea. I must have just looked at a map or something. I said, I'll apply to the Arizona State University and the University of Wyoming. And I did. And I was accepted at both places. I remember getting in my 1959 Chevy, early September probably, and leaving the ranch. And mother said, well, where did you decide you're going to go to college? And I said, well, I haven't decided yet. But I have to go through Laramie to get to Mesa or Tempe, Arizona, wherever Arizona State University is. And I'm going to figure it out on the way, and then I'll call and let you know.
What year was this?
This would have been 1961, the fall of 1961. So I got a little tired of driving around Cheyenne, and I thought, hell, might as well go to the University of Wyoming, and that is what I did, and that's how I made my college decision. I had no clue, what a major was, let alone what I wanted to major in. So I just enrolled in some general studies. But when I was in my second year at the University of Wyoming, I did take a introductory economics course. Loved it, and that became I found my calling at that point. But the first week I was at the University of Wyoming, someone said something like, I thought they said, do you want to go Greek? And I thought, well, I haven't traveled very much. That sounds like a good place. And so I said yes. And of course, what they meant is I want to become part of the fraternity sorority system. And I did join the Phi Delta Theta fraternity, but I basically got thrown out of there after a year. Just too much conformity and stuff for me. So that was my beginning at the University of Wyoming. I did not go straight through at University of Wyoming. I went my first full year, 61, 62. Then I went out to Nevada with my friend that I met there earlier that year, Clint Lineberry, to work on a dude ranch. And then I came back that fall of 62. And I still planned to go back to college, but I just wanted to take a year off, kind of my version of a gap year, I guess. And I decided I would just go back to the ranch. Not that I was really all that excited about ranch work, but I knew how to do it. So I would just go back and help my parents. My dad was, he had a couple of serious strokes. He wasn't very well, and I thought, time spend a little time with him. Help out at the ranch. Kirk and Marvin were really taking over the ranch at that point, and spend time with my parents for that year. But what happened in mid-September, after I returned from my year in Nevada at that dude ranch, is that the one-room school that my sister Balva had taught at one point, that Kirk and I attended for part of the year, the Lynn School, was without a teacher. And by Elm Springs standards, that school was huge. It had something like 15 kids in it, and they had decided to divide it into lower grades, 1 through 4, grades 5 through 8. And they were able to find a teacher for grades 1 through 4, but they were desperate to find a teacher for grades 5 through 8. The schoolyard already started. They found a neighboring ranch wife that had a certificate and was teaching grades 5 through 8, but she had made it very clear that she ain't going to do it for the whole year, maybe a month at the most. So the school board was meeting regularly, and Marvin, my brother-in-law, was on the school board. And at one of their school board meetings, someone said, "Hey, that Cordes kid went to college, didn't he?" And Marvin said, "Well, yeah, he did. He went 1 year." "Well, that's good enough for me." So with just 1 year and a not very stellar year, I might add, at the University of Wyoming, and not majoring in education or whatever, I was asked to teach the Lynn School at the ripe old age of 18. And I had the upper grades, 5 through 8, and it it was a great year. I just really, really enjoyed it. And, a number of my students of that time they pretty much all still live in the Elm Springs area. And so we're talking about having a reunion, one of these, maybe this next summer,
Wow.
from the Lynn School. So and I guess I must have done a decent job on some kind of a special temporary permit, because they asked me to come back and teach again. But I didn't. I decided it was time to go back to the University of Wyoming, and I did. That would have been in the fall of 1962. And then the spring of that academic year, the spring of 63, rolled around, and I was starting that. And then hepatitis struck. It also struck your mother, Kathy Jensen, now Kathy Cordes. A bunch of us had gone down to Denver to the National Western Stock Show and Rodeo. And I don't know, we either ended up at the same restaurant or same bar or something, but at least 5 of us came back in short order, contracted hepatitis, and it's contagious and you need to rest and everything else. So all of us were forced to drop out that spring semester. So I went back to the ranch. There's a story about my brother picking me up and taking me back to the ranch, but I will not go into that. But maybe I wish I would have asked him to reveal it when I interviewed him. It is pretty interesting.
He knows what he did.
What?
He knows what he did.
Yeah, he knows. I know. So anyway, Kirk brought me back to the ranch. This would have been probably March or something. And I stayed there the rest of the calendar year through the summer. And went back to the University of Wyoming for the spring semester that I had to drop out of, and that would have been in 1964. So after a total of 4 years, I had tons of fun and many wild memories from the University of Wyoming, but only two years worth of credits, so at the most. But then I began to get more serious about my studies, and I transferred to South Dakota State University, partly because of in-state tuition, and that was probably the main reason. And I became serious there, and I went through, without dropping out again, the academic year of 65, 66 and 66, 67, and I graduated with a degree in economics in 1967. So that 5 to 6 year period was sort of a wild child chapter of my life, and I was kind of a vagabond. I worked at that Dude Ranch in Nevada, and there was another time I had about 4 or 5 months building houses, construction at a military base near Colorado Springs, Fort Carson. Went to a rodeo school in Henrietta, Oklahoma, and it was really the first time I'd done any extensive traveling. Reno, Salt Lake, Kansas City, Baltimore, D.C., New Orleans, Portland, Albuquerque, different places that largely associated with just crazy Canada, Mexico, with crazy wild rodeo trips or something like that. But I loved traveling, so I've always been sort of hooked on that. I did a fair amount of rodeoing. I was a bull rider. I was on the rodeo team at SDSU. I wasn't very good, but I was good at organizing the parties afterwards, and I think that's why they saw fit to keep me on the team. Actually, I'll correct that a little bit. It wasn't that I said I wasn't very good. Well, what was the problem? I was very inconsistent. I've been known to ride a national finals bull, and then the next weekend fall off the kitchen range. So the inconsistency was really my big problem in my rodeo days. But this was 5 or 6 year period. I met some of the things that are important to me. I met two of my lifelong friends. I mentioned Clint Lineberry. Another one is Frank Young. Clint ultimately became my brother-in-law, and then is now my ex-brother-in-law, and I'll explain that maybe a little bit later. But and during this period of time, I fell in love for the first time. And you know the person, but I'm not going to reveal her name to protect her. This was really a great time in my life. I had lots of fun, great memories. But I also accomplished something, and the most notable thing was graduating from college. First one in my family ever to graduate from college. So I think that's my high school to marriage chapter.
Okay. Now can you elaborate on your marriage, or in your case, plural? Do you want me to say that?
The what?
I was gonna
What'd you say?
I said now on your marriage, or in your case, plural.
Well, no, you're right.
We don't need to emphasize that.
You're right.
But
That's all right.
The truth.
Right,
so
yeah.
and how you met your spouses and
Okay.
all the things that come with that.
Okay. Well, doing the marriage thing as this sort of a separate segment, I think we'll just talk about how I met my multiple wives, right? Now,
So many wives. No.
I didn't have as many as Uncle Ernest Funk, but I did have two. So we'll just take them in order in terms of how I met them. And
You
so
still
on.
have one.
And I still have one, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, very good one. Very, very good one. I'll begin with my first one, named Suzanne Newland. I mentioned in the earlier segment that Clint Lineberry and I became very good friends at the University of Wyoming. And at one point during that wild child period, he and I ended up in Colorado Springs building houses, working construction, building houses. And we met two women from St. Augustine, Florida. One was Nancy Newland, who became, she and Clint hit it off better than I did, I guess, with the other one. So that was in the summer of 1964, and then a year later, it would have been the spring of 1965, Clint and Nancy Newland were married in Colorado Springs.
Were Nancy and Suzanne living in Colorado Springs?
No,
Oh.
no. Nancy was living there. Nancy had recently graduated from Florida State University and had always been infatuated with the West, and she had a friend also named Nancy Jones, and so these two Nancys migrated out to Colorado Springs to get a job, and they liked cowboys, and they hung out at this little nightly rodeo where I was at regularly riding bulls. And then there was our favorite party club called the Las Vegas Club, which was a pretty sketchy place that we hung out. And so Clint and I hung out with the two Nancys during that summer, except my Nancy and I didn't really click, but he clicked with his Nancy. and I came back to South Dakota late that summer, or early fall, I think, after there's no more construction work to be done down there. And he stayed in Fort Collins, he stayed in Colorado Springs. And the next spring, he and Nancy Newland were married. Well, I attended their wedding and all that. They had, I suppose really more Nancy, had made arrangements or encouraged or whatever her younger sister, Suzanne, to come out and spend the summer of 65, it would have been 1965, just to experience the West. And they were they were close sisters. And so she did. This is while I was in my last semester at University of Wyoming, but Suzanne's school, she was a student at Florida State University. It was on a different, I think a trimester system or something. So she came out before I left Laramie that semester, and Clint and Nancy sort of played matchmaker and brought her up to Laramie, and that's where we met, Suzanne and I in Laramie. And we hit it off very well, and then during the course of that summer of '65, I went down to Colorado Springs a time or two. She came up to the ranch with Nancy and Clint and so on. Susie and Nancy were both from St. Augustine, Florida, and Nancy graduated from Florida State, and Suzanne had finished her second year there. So, but we were getting to be a fairly serious item, and at Christmas of 1965, Nancy and Clint they were married, of course, they decided to drive to Florida and invited me to ride along with them so I could spend some time with Suzanne. And I did. It was supposed to just be a fun time, which it was for the 2 weeks we were there or whatever. But Suzanne and I had been scheming a little bit that Suzanne, should come out to Brookings that following summer and find a job. But we weren't talking marriage or anything. So that was sort of the proposal. Well, that didn't go over too well with the Newland parents. They, with good judgment, I think, as parents, thought that was really maybe not the thing to do. So I had a come to Jesus meeting with Suzanne's dad, Lee Herbert, at his little shop there in St. Augustine, and he said, we just don't approve of that. He said, we don't want our young single daughter to go out there by herself in Brookings where you are and everything, in all due respect. But he said, and we're not encouraging marriage, but if you guys are that serious or whatever and want to get married, I mean, that would be a different thing. We would allow her to go out there if you have basically marriage in mind at some later point. Well, so I left St. Augustine engaged to be married the following summer. He and his wife, Margaret, did make one thing clear, and that was we want our daughter to finish college. She Suzanne was a good student, she was smart. She had 2 years behind her at Florida State, good grades, I think. So if she were to move to South Dakota with the idea that you're going to get married, we want her to finish college. That's really, really important, and we'll pay the tuition. So that was how that all developed. We got married, Suzanne and I, on September 7th, 1966 in Rapid City. Dwayne Vague, a rodeo photographer I hired to take wedding pictures, thinking that if he could take pictures of things that were moving like bulls, he could surely take pictures of people who were standing still. Turned out not to be very good wedding pictures. But sadly, the marriage ended after about 16 years. And the first one half, or maybe more than the first half, were really, really very good. I'll get into that a little bit more as we get into the subsequent questions. But anyway, that's my first marriage. I guess I shift over to my second state of matrimony, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, so how did Trish and I meet? Well, after Suzanne and I split, I didn't have any plans to marry again. Now, I want to make it clear, I wasn't bitter or vindictive or anything. I just didn't see it in my future. I didn't feel I really had a need for that. Plus, I wasn't sure who would want me. I'm in my 40s. I'm flat broke. Actually, worse than flat broke. I'm underwater financially, negative net worth, I have sole legal custody of 4 teenagers. I have an ex-wife in the background that's not always a real positive influence in the whole overall family dynamic. So who would want to buy into that, right? So I thought even if I were interested in marriage, no one in their right mind would want to take me on with all my baggage. I was, but it turned out in the spring, well, in 1985, spring of 1985, I had accepted a position at the University of Wyoming, but I was still living in State College, Pennsylvania. And one of my last cleanup duties at Penn State was I was supposed to give the keynote address at a conference in Charleston, West Virginia. But I was already committed to move to the University of Wyoming for my position that was to start in August. And so I gave my talk there, and lo and behold, in the audience was Trish with her bestie, Terry. And afterwards, after my formal talk, as happens, people come up and ask questions and stuff, and the two of them came up. Now, little did I know that they really weren't very interested in my talk, but they thought I was kind of interesting, I guess. I don't want to get too egotistical here. Anyway, but they flipped a coin to decide which one should come up. Well, they came up together, but which one should make the initial overture. And Trish won. So as part of that conversation, she said, "Are you going to the party tonight? Big convention party?" And of course I'm coy, right? I said, "Oh, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it." I knew I was going to the party, right? But anyway, went to the party. We hit it off. We saw each other only about 4 or 5 times before we were married in December of that year. She came to State College for my going away party to Wyoming. I was in Chicago a couple times, and she visited me in Laramie that fall. And I proposed to her, guess where? Someplace you probably know, Bud's Bar in Laramie, Wyoming. One of the really, really classic joints in all of Laramie, right?
Yeah.
So I'm the romantic type, and I thought that was a perfect place to do that. I still have a little trouble understanding why she accepted my proposal. Just kind of let me run down through this and think about this. Here she is, 36 years old, and living the life of her dreams in Chicago. She moved there right out of high school to attend college. She absolutely loves Chicago. Great career underway, unlimited career potential with her, 1 bachelor's and 2 master's degrees. She's making more money than I was as a professor at Penn State. Tons of friends. Her family lives in that state. And she had other suitors and more than one marriage proposal that she turned down because she didn't see a need to be married. She'd been married once, early 20s for a year or so, but she, like me, she wasn't bitter about marriage. She just didn't see it in her future. And so it is a mind boggler that she did say yes. And I was often thought about that her parents must have thought she was crazy, to leave all that behind and join some guy that she had known for 6 months or less, who had a fair amount of baggage, and pull up stakes and move 1,000 miles from the city that she absolutely loved, move from her friends, her family, give up her career. But one thing I really appreciate about Teresa's parents, they never ever intervened or tried to discourage her. Who knows what they were thinking, but they never. And they fully accepted me and my 4 kids at the same time. We were married on December 21 in Chicago, 1985. Extremely cold day, one of the coldest ever. And some people are quick to say that December 21 is the shortest day of the year, but I prefer to remember it as the longest night of the year. That's how bad was that? Oh! This is one little tidbit I want to take me 3 or 4 minutes, but it's pretty cool, I think, about meeting Trish. Trish's grandmother, that she was very, very close to and very, very fond of, came over here from Ireland at age 15 or something, like happened those days. This would have been, turn of the century. Worked her way across the country, took 2 years to get to Chicago, didn't speak English, so on, but really carved out quite a life for herself. And she and Trish became very close. Her name was Ma, or I mean, that's what the family called her, Ma. And Trish, well, Ma lived with Trish and her parents for a number of years because Ma's husband had died, I think, at a relatively early age. So Ma was always interested and concerned or whatever about Trish, and as I say, they were very close. Took a lot of trips together and hung out together. Well, it would have been about 1983 or something. Trish's parents were on a trip to the East Coast. They were retired at that point. They would often take long driving trips, and they always took Ma with them. She was probably in her 90s. She lived to be a ripe old age. She was, I think, early 90s. And on the way back to Illinois, they stopped to spend the night in Charleston, West Virginia. Ma, they had adjoining rooms. Ma knocked on their door in the middle of the night and said she wasn't feeling well. Well, as it turned out, Ma was suffering what turned out to be a fatal heart attack. Oh. And she died peacefully in Charleston a day or two later. I need to back up just a little bit because I said that Ma was always concerned about Trish and her life and so on. And Ma always thought that Trish needed to be married and that she would be a great wife, all that kind of stuff. But Trish would explain to her that, no, I'm living this perfect life. I'm independent. I have the freedom I want and so on. And Ma would always say, no, you still need to have a man in your life, and I'm going to figure out how to make that happen sometime. So, fast forward then 2 years, and Trish has returned from the Charleston, West Virginia conference where I had spoken, and we had met, and she checked in with her parents and said, she'd been to this conference, and I don't even know if she mentioned meeting me, but Johnny, her dad, who is just, and you remember him, I mean, he has a steel mind for details. I could not believe the details that he could remember. And he happened to ask Trish where she stayed in Charleston. Because he said something about, well, that's where Ma died. And Trish said, yeah, I know that. I thought about her when I was there. I said, well, where did you stay, Trish? And she said, well, I stayed in the Holiday Inn. Well, that's where we were staying when Ma got sick. And Johnny said, do you know what room number you were in? And Trish said, no, but it's on my travel reimbursement stuff here. And I don't know what the room number was, but say it was 818. That's the room Ma was in. Wow. That's kind of eerie, isn't it? Yeah. So she was in that room coaching Trish or whatever to go out and go to that party and go to that speech and find me. That's the end of my matrimony story.
Okay. Sam, can you expand on your life after marriage?
Well, that consumes approximately 50 years, which is a huge chunk of time. So in thinking about kind of how to organize my thoughts and sharing on this, and I moved around a lot geographically, all because of employment opportunities. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through chronologically where I lived and worked. Then I'm going to say a few things about my work and career and profession. And then I'm going to come back city by city and talk about what's really of more interest probably to people, and that is sort of my personal and family life associated with each of those places. Does that make sense?
Yes,
all right.
It does.
Well, I was a senior at South Dakota State University majoring in economics in 1966-67. That was the first year of my marriage, since we're talking about after marriage. And then I went to Washington State University for 5 years to go to graduate school and pursue an advanced degree. Then I moved to State College, Pennsylvania for my first faculty position and stayed there until 1985. During that period, I became divorced. I then moved into more administrative work and went to the University of Wyoming. As head of the Department of Agricultural Economics, was there only 4 years, 1985 to 89. I spent 1989 to 2002 at the University of Nebraska, but during that period I did take a year-long sabbatical leave that included spending some time in both Mexico and the University of Wisconsin. In 2003, we moved from Lincoln, Nebraska to West Lafayette, Indiana, where I took a position at Purdue University. And during that period, though, I also took another sabbatical, this one only 6 months, to Costa Rica. I ended my full-time work at Purdue in 2011, but Purdue then turned around and asked me to come back on a part-time basis for a couple of years. Trish continued working in West Lafayette, until 2014. We then moved to Chicago, 2014. Never to move again. Illinois is the 10th state where I have lived in, and I've also lived a few months in both Mexico and Costa Rica. So I think it's time to put a permanent stake in the ground, and that's what we have done or are doing in Chicago. Now, as I mentioned, let me just share a few quick thoughts about my career and occupation, and then we'll go back city by city and talk about the personal stuff, which I'll spend more time on. When I was a senior at South Dakota State University, well, actually my senior year at South Dakota State, after transferring from the University of Wyoming, I became a very good student, unlike at the University of Wyoming, where I had other priorities. And the faculty at South Dakota State noticed that, and they encouraged me to think about graduate school. Now, basically, I didn't know what graduate school was. Well, they said that's where you can go, and if you get accepted and get a master's degree, for example. So I decided that I would go to graduate school to get a master's. I was going to get a master's in business because I wanted to become rich and famous. I wanted to become president, CEO, or something of, I don't know, John Deere, Caterpillar, or something like that. Now, but I was just going to get a master's. Then Washington State University called and said they had a program where I could go straight through from my bachelor's to a PhD. It would take another year, but I would eliminate the master's thesis. And so, without giving it a whole lot of thought, I decided to do that, and that's why we were at Washington State University for 5 years, which is about what I needed to do a PhD. If it had been a master's, it had been just a couple years. But the 5 years at Washington State University they had an absolutely huge impact on my life, on me. Not just in terms of getting a PhD in my studies, but in terms of how I viewed the world. I had lived a pretty sheltered life in South Dakota, and what was going on at Washington State University and across campuses, but especially on the West Coast, including Washington State, were really made it life-changing years for me. If you think about it, this was probably some of the most turbulent periods in our nation's history of the last century or more. Campuses were a major part of that turbulence. There was Vietnam, there was Watergate, there was civil rights, and I'd never really thought much about all of that stuff, to be honest. A little, but not much, growing up in Meade County, South Dakota, or being a student at Wyoming or South Dakota State University. But this became, all of this stuff that was going on, and the protests and all this speeches and campus radicals and so on, that I encountered during that period basically changed my career trajectory, at least in the sense that I no longer wanted to be president of General Motors or John Deere or something. I wanted to, I guess I had developed what you would call a lot more sensitivity to social issues and social conscience and social justice and all that. And I decided I wanted to go into a field where I could make a difference, especially for people that were disenfranchised. And higher education is a good platform to do that. So I decided that instead of focusing on business as a sub-major within my PhD program, I would focus instead in, well, what turned out to be rural community and economic development. And some of that, of course, traces back to my years in South Dakota. I did my dissertation on rural health care issues in the state of Washington, that type of thing. And when I finished, I had a number of opportunities, including New Mexico State University, University of Manitoba, Penn State University, and others. I ultimately accepted the position at Penn State University, and I began my work there, continuing in the economics of rural health care, and then broadened it into a whole bunch of other issues and opportunities that faced rural people and places like Elm Springs, South Dakota. And I spent my entire career focused on those issues. And I still do some consulting on that, in that area of work. As I look back on my roughly 40 years in higher education, I feel very blessed. I didn't teach as much as many faculty, but I did do a lot of research. And I really enjoyed the students, enjoyed working with them. Much of my research was designed to help policymakers, whether that's county commissioners, legislators, other types of community, city, and state, national leaders, make better decisions on what would be more helpful to rural people and places. For example, I did tons of testifying before congressional committees on all kinds of things, published tons of my findings in different research journals and more popularized publications as well. Now, when I became more involved in administrative work, I had to cut back on my research and teaching, because when you have a lot of employees and people reporting to you and all that stuff, and you get into these leadership and administrative roles, you just don't have enough time to do that much research or be in the classroom. And I missed that. I especially missed the research, but I did continue to manage to do a bit of research. In those administrative roles, you know, I was quote, the boss, and I had quite a few employees at different points in time reporting to me, and I was told by various people that I did a good job as, quote, the boss. I did get tired of the university, you can identify with this, Wendy, get tired of the university politics, and they can sometimes be pretty brutal, but and I would have had opportunities to move into, you know, if I had, I think if I had really pursued it into, you know, a university presidency or something like that, but I just didn't want to end up that far up the food chain, and I was content to get fairly close to that level, but also then be able to have enough time to keep a little bit of my research going. At the risk of patting myself on the back, I worked very, very hard, partly because of the work ethic that was instilled in me by my parents in South Dakota, and partly because I enjoyed my work. But perhaps most importantly, I thought my work was important, and I thought it was making a difference, and I have reason to think it did make a difference in the lives of others, including students. I don't know, I probably averaged at least 60 hours a week over the years, probably maybe closer to 70, I don't know. I worked hard, but I'm not complaining. I was really fortunate to have great working environments in those universities. I hate to tell you this, Wendy, but I did have some issues at your alma mater, the University of Wyoming. I got very crosswise with one of the deans and the president while I was there, and that's why I checked out and went to Nebraska. But it was just great everywhere. I think Purdue was probably my favorite, but place to work, but with the exception of that bad incident at Wyoming. And that was really just with the president. I love my faculty that were reporting to me at Wyoming, but I just had pretty serious disagreement with the president, one of the deans. So Purdue being the last place that I worked full-time, being what I probably found the best of all, and they were all good, I feel very blessed that I ended my career on such a high note. That pretty well does the chronology of where I've lived and worked and all I want or need to say about my work. So now we'll shift into personal stuff associated with each of those 4 or 5 different locations. Maybe we need to take a little break though.
Okay. Tell me a little bit more about your personal and family life as you were working and moving around the country.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I say, I'm going to put most of the professional stuff to the side because I pretty well covered it. I might weave in a little bit of it, but I'll focus on the personal, family, that kind of thing. Location by location. Starting in Pullman. We went to Pullman, and Suzanne enrolled at Washington State University as well, consistent with her parents, or the agreement we had with her parents. She was a very good student. Now, after just 1 semester, I think, it could have been 2, she became antsy and wanted to become a mother sooner rather than later. Now, this was something that I was in conflict about because I didn't think we ought to break that promise to her parents, but I also wanted to be sensitive to her needs, and I wanted to be a dad, but it wouldn't had to have been right then. We could have met that promise to her parents, and then started down the parenting path. But anyway, she prevailed, and I know her parents were disappointed. But the result was Kelly, oldest son, coming into the world on September 14th, 1968, which was a delightful experience. And for me, it was a total game changer. The first time I'd ever been a dad, and partly because of the situation that I explained earlier with my dad, I had made it a goal to myself that whenever that moment came, and it happened to be September 14th, 1968, I was going to commit myself to being absolutely the best dad I could possibly be, and that became a huge priority for me, and Kelly was the first. And then, about a year later, Jill came along. So, 2 children in Pullman. Pullman were great years for Suzanne and I in Pullman. We were poor as a church mice, but money doesn't buy happiness, I guess, anyway. But no, we were poor. But everyone in graduate school was poor. And speaking of church mice, we moved into the basement of the St. James Episcopal Church in Pullman. We didn't have to pay rent as long as we took care of the church, because basically we were janitors. And then we were also responsible for the outside, at least in the summer, with lawns and that kind of thing. And that was a huge financial coup to not have any rent. But we did have, we spent a fair amount of time each week, especially on Saturday with church services coming on Sunday and so on. And we also had some wild parties in the church in our apartment, and sometimes my friends kind of had a rowdy group of graduate student friends. I'd find them up in the, what do you call it? The
balcony.
The what?
Balcony.
Well, the church proper, the sanctuary, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. Where you hold the service. I'd go up there. They might be smoking grass in the pulpit. They might be giving sermons to 3 or 4 others. And so when we had parties in our basement, they weren't supposed to go up there, and Suzanne and I would have to keep close tabs on what was going on up in the sanctuary, or whatever it's called, where services are held. So but it was a fun time, and we had a lot of great friends that we met in Pullman. in addition to the finances, the expectations on the work at the PhD level compared to undergraduate stuff is pretty sort of light years apart. And I never had any serious stumbles or troubles in my courses, but it was tough. It was hard work. I wrote a dissertation, 200-300 pages. So didn't necessarily get a lot of sleep between being a dad, being responsible for the church, and working on my PhD program. But what was great about some of the things that were great about the years in Pullman is that Suzanne and I really worked. We worked hard. We were good partners, and I think we were good parents. She was definitely a dedicated mom, and always held up her end of the deal on the custodial responsibilities in the church and all that kind of thing. And we created many deep and lasting, dear friendships, many of which I still have. I think the adversity associated with everyone being poor and all the demands and stresses associated with graduate school, I think those kinds of situations, bring people together, and you get a pretty good bonding experience when everyone's struggling for basically the same reasons. And I think I already mentioned that my worldview changed, and instead of deciding to become rich and famous and becoming a CEO of some major corporation, I became much more concerned about broader social issues of poverty, discrimination, trying to make a difference in the world with my work, and basically decided to dedicate my life to public service, which I did by working at public universities for the next 4 decades. That's it for Pullman, unless you have any questions.
I don't think so.
All right.
But I did not know about the church, so that's
Oh yeah. Okay, well, Wendy, we finished Pullman, and so let's talk about State College, which was a dozen years in State College, also known as Happy Valley. Suzanne and I traded our Volkswagen Beetle that we had as poor graduate students in right before we left for State College. We got a brand new Toyota station wagon and headed to Pennsylvania to start the next chapter of our life. We lived the first year in a small apartment in State College, and then we bought an old farmhouse, one that Suzanne had picked out and really liked. It was a few miles outside of State College. It had about an acre of land around it. It was very pretty. I don't know, the old farmhouse must have been well over 100 years old. Well, it's well over 100 years old now, and probably close to that then. So, of course, my focus was getting my career off on the right track, thinking about earning tenure, all those kinds of things further down the road, and then, of course, continuing my commitment to be the best dad I could be. And Suzanne was very much into being a dedicated wife and mom, and she quickly put in motion the wheels to expand our family through adoption. Both Carter and Tanya were about 2 to 3 years old when they joined our family, roughly in the mid-1970s, not at the same time. Carter first, and then, I don't know, a year or two later, Tanya. So, our family was now complete with 4, and our life was really in very great shape. We finally had a little bit of discretionary money. The goal of having 4 children had been achieved, and we were developing a lot of good friends in Happy Valley, and things were going very well for both of us and for the kids. But there was a little trouble brewing on the horizon, and I do want to be careful in sharing this because it gets into some sensitive kinds of things, but it is an important part of my life story. You've probably heard the expressions, speak the truth with love. Well, that's what at least I intend to do here. Suzanne began to get frustrated and bored, or at least not totally fulfilled, by being a full-time mom. So I suggested that she might want to go back to college. She was a very good student at Penn State, on a part-time basis, and that way she could finish her degree, which I know would have pleased her parents. as well, but she didn't want to do that. Instead, she decided to go into business with a friend of hers, making macrame products. One of the macrame products, she was very good at it. One of the macrame products she created was hanging baskets for houseplants. You still see those, right? But then another light bulb went off with her. She was very creative. Like, hey, there's probably a good market for the houseplants themselves, not just the macrame holders. So she started her own business called Plants by Suzanne. It was very successful. She did a great job. It grew, no pun intended for a plant business, and it became quite successful. She needed a fair amount of my help in the business. Now, I was not good at working with customers and all that. That was fit in with her personality type a lot, much better. But I was heavily involved right from the get-go, behind the scenes, unloading plant shipments from Florida, delivering plants to customers, doing the bookkeeping work, and then we also added a large greenhouse on our old farmhouse that was so she could expand her business. The problem is that we were both getting spread pretty thin because, I had not backed off. I couldn't back off my work at Penn State. I had not backed off trying to be the best dad I could be. In fact, I kind of doubled down on that, knowing that she now had less time as a mom, and I also was. I should mention, I was pretty involved in a lot of volunteer work, local activities and organizations in State College. So I wasn't getting much sleep. I don't know that she was either, but we were pretty high energy, especially at that age. And I think we could have managed everything and still made sure the kids were a number one priority. But then two things happened that put things over the edge, really. First, Suzanne decided her plant business wasn't enough for her, fulfilling whatever, I don't know. And she wanted to become rich by being an Amway distributor. Well, this time I wasn't supportive. I don't know, Amway's still around. I just couldn't get into that. And then second, her social life really took on a life of its own, and it crossed some boundaries that just weren't supposed to be crossed. And at this point, I pretty well determined that from my selfish point of view, that the marriage was broken, probably irretrievably. But I was very concerned about the impact a divorce would have on the kids. So I decided that I could and would just sort of cowboy up, to use South Dakota terminology, and I could hang in there for several more years until the kids were all out of high school, and then do the divorce thing. And also, it was possible over that period of time that Suzanne might move back to what once were her priorities, that the kids and me. But I then discovered something. I don't choose to go into details, but it totally terrified me, because if what I thought and still do think was going on was true, she would have ended up in prison, and I could easily have been considered an accomplice. And then what happens to the kids? Her parents are, I don't know, in their 80s, my mother, so then I had to basically rethink the timeline on this divorce stuff and moved it forward, knowing that it probably would cause some psychological damage to the kids, but I wasn't going to take the risk based on what I had found going on, to wait 6 or 7 years for them to graduate from high school, because of the risk that I thought that we were under. So in 1981 we split, and I ended up with sole custody of all 4 kids, that, that was pretty much unheard of for a dad to have full custody, but that is what happened. I'll make two final comments on the divorce and then move on to some happier stuff. A lot of people that knew Suzanne and I recognized that we had totally different personalities, and they thought that was probably the reason or major part of the reason. I mean, she was spontaneous, and I'm a planner. She's a creative type, and I'm much more logical, fact-based, and all that kind of stuff. She was disorganized, and I was organized. But it's sort of that classic case of right brain, left brain. But that, believe it or not, that really wasn't a serious problem. I mean, sometimes we would have conflict over that, but that wasn't a serious problem. In fact, we used to laugh about it a lot, and we openly discussed how we could manage things and have those differences complement one another. And I think we were really pretty successful at that. So we tried to make those differences work in our favor. So that was not a major reason. The second was drugs and alcohol became a problem, but that wasn't, in my view, the fundamental reason for our divorce. Because we had partied over the course of our marriage, and when you're on campuses and stuff in the late 60s and 70s, drugs aren't a total stranger to you either. And she never had any problem with that. But what happened in terms of that part, it reached addiction proportions in response to some of the choices that she was making. The hard work and frustration of being a parent, especially with teenage kids, you're starting to experience that, is something that's was not as attractive as some of her other interests. And she was very upfront with me, saying, the grass is greener elsewhere, and she specifically referred to the 7-year itch and all these kinds of things, although it was really more like 9 or 10 years into our marriage, because the first number of years were very good. But Suzanne, she definitely had a conscience, and she definitely loved the kids, and she loved me, and she realized, though, that she really wasn't giving us the attention that we deserved or what she had promised when we decided to have kids and so on. So that caused her to feel guilty. And she told me about her feelings of guilt. And what's one way of dealing with guilt? Well, you numb your feelings, even though it's temporary, through drugs and alcohol. And then that creates a vicious cycle. And in Suzanne's case, it eventually led to some, not just addiction, but serious mental health problems. It was really a tragedy for her, because she had so much potential for her, and painful for me. And the divorce and aftermath, I know, was hurtful to the kids. So, in sum, the marriage didn't end because of our personality differences or because of addiction issues, but because of some fundamental differences, basically kind of in our value systems, in terms of importance of family, keeping commitments, and taking care of responsibilities. Suzanne thought life should be about having fun, and I don't have any objection to having fun. In fact, most people that know me would say that I probably had more fun than most people.
But her view was more of a entitlement mentality.
But I always thought that you first took care of responsibility, and then the time you had left, you devoted to fun. And she kind of had a reverse view on that. So
let me summarize this dark period that followed some 10 years of a good marriage, which is something I'm proud of, considering how young Suzanne and I were when we married. During the first 10 years, we did remarkably well and created the family of 4 we'd planned for and dreamed of. When that changed and Suzanne decided she wanted something else, it's important to note it was not because she did not love the kids and me. However, it seemed we were simply no longer her top priority. As she pulled back and redirected her interest and energies, she expressed feelings of guilt. Alcohol and drugs were used to assuage that guilt. This led to a downward spiral or vicious cycle, and ultimately, the end of what had been a good marriage and a healthy and happy family situation. This darkest period of my life was not a fun time and was definitely harmful to the kids, but we all survived. Suzanne died several years ago, and may she rest in peace.
Now, let me get back to continuing in State College, but sort of back to me. I mentioned that I had sole custody of all 4 children, but I put in the divorce decree that I'd be willing to consider joint custody after a year or 2 should Suzanne want that, and I was hoping that would be a motivator for her, but that didn't happen. But just because I had sole custody, I didn't cut her out of the picture. That wouldn't have been fair to her or to the kids. And actually, I was hoping that we might reach a point where joint custody would be of interest. And I did things to kind of try to facilitate that. For example, the first year after we split, I lived in that old farmhouse just by myself, and I took care of all 4 kids. But then the next year, I bought a little house in State College, and Kelly and Tanya lived with me, and I let Jill and Carter live with Suzanne, and everything went reasonably well, but I was close by to kind of supervise, and there were a couple of times that things got kind of crazy out there at the farmhouse with her and the 2, and I would intervene and try to and we got things back on track. Then came a critical decision point. I was offered the position of head of the Ag Econ department at the University of Wyoming. It was an upward move for me professionally. It paid nearly twice what I was earning at Penn State, and I was already broke because of the divorce, and the kids Kelly was getting within a couple years of college, so there was a fair amount of attraction to that. But I didn't quite know whether to accept it or not. And I thought, well, I could accept it and take all 4 kids to Laramie. But Kelly was a senior in high school. That didn't seem very good. Certainly not what he wanted to do. So I struggled a lot with that decision, whether or not to accept the offer, given the situation with the kids and Suzanne. So I ultimately decided that Kelly and Carter would stay in State College with Suzanne, because she was actually doing reasonably well at that point, and she was going to AA and seeing a counselor and all that kind of stuff. Now, in retrospect, given that we all know 20/20 hindsight is right, I am not at all certain that was the right decision. You could easily make a case that I should have either turned the offer down or taken all 4 kids with me to Laramie.
This illustrates the ongoing dilemma I faced and why I became so envious of divorces in which both parents went their separate ways, but also kept their children as their top priority and were willing and able to share the responsibility and workload. The absence of that caused enormous struggles and difficulties for me. Even more importantly, it hurt my kids. I tried to be as protective of them as possible, but it was not always easy to figure out exactly what that meant. Again, none of my friends who had divorced ever had to struggle with my challenge, as their situations involved both parents making their kids their top priority regardless of the divorce.
A couple of final thoughts before I leave the State College years. I don't want to paint it all doom and gloom, because it was not. And Suzanne and I, in fact, the first few years we did great. But even during the dark period that I described, I still have plenty of good memories from my life in Happy Valley. Probably the best memories for me are times with the kids. I was totally involved with all four as they were growing up, everything from day-to-day activities and you know, the drama at school. You're going through that, I'm sure. And with their friends and all the issues and helping with homeworks. I used to create a thing called Special Time, which we would well, maybe not every night each week, but 3 or 4 times a week, and we would they get to decide what to do, and oftentimes it was playing board games. I remember Buckaroo, Chutes and Ladders, Clue, and some others. Kelly and Carter, of course, being boys, loved sports, and so I spent lots and lots of time with them playing baseball and football and all that kinds of stuff. And then there were bigger ticket items too, like most summers, probably all summers, we would come to South Dakota, spend time with you, right? Now, Suzanne came some of the time, but oftentimes it was just me and the 4 kids. Another activity that Kelly and Jill and I got involved in was skiing, and we would go places around State College and up into the Poconos and so on. I just have great memories of building a huge tree house for Kelly and athletic events, and I had a garden in State College, a great garden, and I put them to work in that too. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I also had an apple cider enterprise that I started for them or with them or whatever. We had a lot of apple trees out in the back of that old farmhouse, and in the fall those apples would fall off, and they really weren't all that tasty for eating or making pies or whatever, and they had worms and everything like that. But the kids and I would, I had an old 1959 International Harvester pickup truck that I bought out here in Rapid City after my dad died. Kelly and I drove it all the way back to Pennsylvania, and it was like driving a tank. But anyway, we'd load the back of that up with apples, and then there was a cider press about 15 miles from State College, and we would go down there. And during the course of the year, we got our milk at a local dairy in these gallon plastic jugs, and we would keep those for the entire year. And so by the time the year was over, we would have, I don't know, probably a couple hundred of those, and we would make several runs and to the cider press, fill those up, maybe 50 each time, with apple cider. And then I had all of the people I worked with at Penn State were aware of it. Really was good, and I sold it. I mean, and then of course I gave them the money. But this was quite an enterprise that we had. We had quite a few animals too out there at the farmhouse, chickens and rabbits and kitties, and there was a special dog called Elsie that actually came with the farmhouse, and I built the mother of all dog houses for Elsie. I could go on and on, but really I have great memories of life at the farmhouse and the fun things and important things too, supporting and nurturing the kids, all 4 of them. I mentioned earlier that I was pretty involved in volunteer activities. I was elected to the hospital board of trustees, which was kind of a major thing. But all that stuff with the kids and being on the hospital board are sort of a reflection of the 2 priorities that I had, and that was being a good dad and also giving back to your community. Whew! Anything else on State College?
That covers a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that you've covered your State College years, tell me some more about your time in Laramie.
Okay. Well, Laramie was only 4 years. In the summer of 1985, well, I'm not sure I did mention it earlier. I mentioned the struggles of whether or not to accept that position, but and I guess I did say that, yeah, Kelly was a senior, and I left Kelly and
Carter?
Carter. Yeah, I was getting them a little confused. It's a little too late at night, I guess. Yeah, Kelly and Carter in State College. Yeah. So yeah, Jill, Tanya, and I journeyed to Laramie, flat broke after divorce and so on. In fact, I had to borrow money from my mother to make the journey. That's not the proudest moment of my life when you're 40 years old and have to borrow money from your 80-year-old mother, but that's the way it was. I had a 1972 Volvo that I paid $500 for, and it had 234,000 miles on it. So Jill and Tanya and our two kiddies left State College. We got to Omaha before the car broke down. Felt pretty good about that. Spent a few days there getting it fixed and continued on to Laramie to start our life anew there in the fall of 1985. We had some pretty interesting adventures right after we got there. Jill and I were caught in the middle of the worst flood ever in Cheyenne. We were in Cheyenne. It was one that killed several people, and we were close to the epicenter. Now, Trish joined us the following year. It would have been March or April of 1986, but at Christmas of 1985, this is just a few months after I moved to Laramie, I returned to State College with kids to celebrate the holidays as a family with Suzanne and having all four children. That's something that I had promised everyone we would do before leaving for Laramie.
But during that holiday, the local police became concerned that Suzanne was thinking about taking her own life.
And that set off a huge crisis for me. It was probably, if not the worst time in terms of a short period of time, one of the worst, probably the worst, because I was concerned about her, of course, and I was concerned about the kids, and I was concerned. Then, of course, I also, concerned about my new job at the University of Wyoming. I was concerned about how this might affect my new marriage. It was really, really overwhelming. But anyway, I decided that Carter, given Suzanne's condition, and she ended up in some mental health rehab hospital, and was going to be gone for, institutionalized for a few weeks or maybe a few months, I don't know, that Carter should join Jill and Tanya and me in Laramie. And I tried to splice together a plan that would allow Kelly to stay behind and be cared for, largely relying upon family and friends, so that at least he could finish and graduate from State College High School, which is what he wanted to do. But I was really, really worried about Kelly, kind of abandoning him, leaving him behind, or at least it kind of felt that way. And I think he did take the brunt of that crisis, and I always feel badly about that. But I was faced with a situation where there weren't any good choices. There just weren't any good choices. Well, other than, I suppose, second guessing the decision as to whether or not I should have even accepted that position at the University of Wyoming, but that had already been done. After Trish joined us in the spring of 1986, we remained in Laramie for about 3 more years, and we moved from our little townhouse that Jill and Tanya and Carter and I had into a larger house. You've been in the larger house. We had you over when you were a freshman and sophomore. Both?
Freshman, I
Freshman.
think.
A number of times. When Trish moved to Laramie, she didn't have a job, but she has such an impressive resume with her experiences and 3 degrees and all that. She very easily and quickly found a nice professional position at Ivinson Memorial Hospital as director of the hospital foundation. It's not the kind of role and work that she really enjoys, but she was good at it. That's really it for those short 4 years. It was 4 years of a lot of things going on personally, and this is the time also professionally that I was having some issues with the president and so on. But we had some good times, but a lot of, I think it's fair to say it was a pretty stressful 4 years too, with things with Suzanne and the kids and all that. So anyway, we're done with Laramie, unless you have questions.
I remember coming to visit you, and Trish would have been there, I'm pretty sure, but
Yeah, she would have been, but
when we did that Thanksgiving, I think we might have brought Grandma out, Grandma Cordis,
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we had quite a few.
before I moved there for college. This would have been, I was
Okay.
maybe still in high school, and we came out and skied
Oh, okay,
and had Thanksgiving, I'm pretty sure.
okay.
So it was maybe like in 87 or 80,
Yeah,
around 87,
that would have been. When did you start at Wyoming?
the fall of 88.
Yeah, okay. And we were there for that academic year and then left. But during those 4 years, because we were close to South Dakota, we had one of the good things. We had lots of good visits from South Dakota friends and family, including you guys, and Mother was down, my Aunt Ada was down, Carolyn and Marvin were down, I think Twyla was down. Yeah, good times and good memories.
What year did Grandpa Cordis die?
1974, and I should have mentioned that in the state college years, that yeah, he died in July of 1974 at the age of 87. I should have mentioned that because Mother was with us, was with Suzanne and I in state college when he died. And so she and I quickly jumped on an airplane and came to Rapid City. And she always felt guilty that she was away when he died. But yes, that's when he died, while she was visiting us. Thanks for asking that question.
And he was in an assisted
Yeah.
living.
He was in the VA hospital
Yeah.
in at Fort Meade, and at that point, he had, I think he had his first stroke in about 1958. So this was 16 years, and it was a gradual decline. And by the time, I don't know, the last year or maybe two, or certainly at the time he was at Fort Meade, I think it's fair to say, if my siblings could correct me if I'm wrong, because they were around him more, but you know, it was a blessing at that point. He was, I don't think he was lucid, and during much of his 16 years after the stroke, you know, he was never fit physically. Always had to walk with a cane, or well, and then he fell and broke his hip at about 1972, or about about, I don't know, 68 or something like that. But mentally, he remained pretty good until the last, I don't know, few years, I think.
Sam, will you elaborate on your time in lovely Lincoln, Nebraska?
Okay. I lived in Lincoln, Nebraska longer than anywhere I've ever lived since leaving South Dakota in 1967. We lived there over 13 years. Trish and I loved Lincoln, loved the Cornhuskers, loved Nebraska, the people, the university. It was a great time in our lives. There are 5 things that happened during those years that were particularly important. And I'll elaborate just a little on each of those, and then I just kind of have a random list of maybe 12 or 15 things that'll just be little one-line zingers almost. The first significant thing is during those years in Lincoln is when all 4 of the kids left the nest in various ways, and you know, and the type of support that we had provided them, you know, changed as they were out on their own, so to speak. But we continued to help with getting their careers started, dealing with life and all that stuff. Secondly, I wanted to mention that Danya came into our lives. Now, who is Danya? Well, Trish and I consider her our daughter. Danya Guzman is from Mexico. And when we were in Lincoln about the first year, I believe it was, Trish was helping, because of her fluency in Spanish, was helping place Spanish-speaking high school students in different households in eastern Nebraska. None of them ever lived with us, but she placed or helped place a number of students with families, and for reasons that I can't quite recall exactly. Of the, fair number of students that she placed, we really developed a special friendship with Danya. This would have been about 1987 or something like that. And that has grown, or it did grow, until by the time Danya left Lincoln to return to Mexico, to her family and college and so on, we'd become very close. And over time, we've just developed an incredibly special and close relationship that really is, parent-daughter. Danya calls us mom and dad, and we've been down to visit Danya and her family, any one of a number of times, and including last Christmas. She joined Trish and I when we were invited by Twyla, which we really appreciated, to spend Christmas with Twyla's family in Mexico. So Danya came into our lives and will always be in our life, and that was during those Lincoln years. I think Danya's going to come out to visit South Dakota this summer, and we'll probably fly into Denver, so you'll get a chance to meet her, and you'll love her. She's wonderful. A third thing that happened that was significant during the Lincoln years is that Trish decided to reinvent herself. She had been working in healthcare, but largely in administrative, management, leadership roles, and instead of going further up the career ladder, so to speak, she decided to go down the career ladder because she thought she would get more satisfaction out of just being a hands-on nurse and not being in administration and management. So she was accepted into a accelerated nursing program out of Creighton University in Omaha, and in a mere 11 months she got her Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Now, only a selected number of people were allowed to get into that program because you already had to have a bachelor's degree, and in Trish's case she had a bachelor's and 2 masters and so on, so she didn't have trouble getting into the program. But it was a brutal program. In fact, Omaha is only 50 miles, as you know, from Lincoln, but she didn't even have time to drive back and forth on a daily basis because she was running on 3, 4, or 5 hours sleep a night because of the intensity of her studies, and so she moved to Lincoln that year. She would come home every weekend and say, "I'm not going to go back. Can't do it anymore." She's a tough woman too. She doesn't give up, and I would say, "Oh, okay, well that's okay. You don't need to go back. It's not the end of the world if you don't get it." And then about Sunday morning would roll around and say, maybe I should go back for just one more week, but then I'll probably drop out. This went on for 44 weeks. She lived in a former convent in Omaha, and this is the first time in my life I was ever able to sleep with a woman in a convent, so that was kind of a special time. Anyway, she did get her bachelor's in nursing, and that was the right thing to do, and she went on to have a wonderful career, very fulfilling as a nurse for the next, 25 years, I guess. And fourth thing that happened during the Lincoln years is I did take a sabbatical at the University of Wisconsin. Well, a couple months of it was spent in Mexico, and the rest of it at University of Wisconsin in Madison. And while I was in Madison, well, by then Trish had been working as a nurse and was working at the Lincoln VA hospital, and she quickly got on with the VA hospital in Madison. But while she was there, the Lincoln VA closed, and Trish was within 20 years of having 20 years in with the federal government, which is an important threshold for retirement and stuff. And so we decided, I think she had 2 years, was 2 years short of that, but she wouldn't be able to get federal employment if she moved back to Lincoln. So we talked about options and decided we would experiment with a commuter marriage for the 2 years, and if it was successful, then she would have her 20 years in. And we decided at the outset that if it was miserable, either one of us was miserable, we wouldn't go through with it. But we made a commitment to have a monthly date And oftentimes it was Madison. I would go up there. She might come back to Lincoln, or we might meet somewhere else, Chicago, whatever. Anyway, we got through it in great shape, and she got her 20 years in, and then moved back to Lincoln. The fifth thing I would mention during this period of time is this was during the period of time when my mother's health began deteriorating gradually, but she moved into an assisted living place in Rapid City, and then she died in 2002, and I was very close to her, and I still miss her. One of the very traumatic 24 hours, 48 hours was we buried Mother one afternoon, and the next day Tanya and Jamel were on their way back to Omaha. They'd come up for the funeral, and they got in a horrific accident out east of Rapid City that could have been fatal. They were both hospitalized, and so I lost my mother, and was afraid I was going to lose my daughter and grandson in 24 hours. But Tanya and Jamel fully recovered, but it was kind of a tough time. Now, just these little nuggets, one by one, to move along quickly. During that period in Lincoln, Carter and Tanya both graduated from high school. They did that through the Job Corps. Tanya went on and did graduate from the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and then got a master's at Bellevue University in Omaha. Kelly and Jill both graduated from Penn State. One of the special things about that is the day they graduated from Penn State, or the day after, I guess, I had made arrangements for them to fly or the three of us to fly together to Seattle as a graduation gift, and we spent about 2 weeks with the rental car, knocking around the state of Washington, taking them back to the place where it all started in Pullman, Washington, so they could see for the first time where they had born and spent the first 2 or 3 years of their lives, and visited relatives and friends in the state of Washington. This was the time that Billy Ray Cyrus had recorded Achy Breaky Heart, and somehow that got under our skin in a good way, and every time we turned on the radio it was to Achy Breaky Heart, and we loved that song. We never did get burned out on it, even though we listened to it 24/7 during those 2 weeks. But during the same period, Jamel, our first grandchild, was born, Tanya's son, and then that was followed by Chanel and Dietrich with Carter and Sydney, another daughter a daughter that Tanya had. Kelly, Jill, and Tanya all got married during this period, and 1/3 of those marriages survived. Carter became entangled with a difficult woman in North Platte, Nebraska, and that situation, plus a bunch of other complications, led to him sort of being held hostage out there almost. And so we spent a lot of time worrying about him and his situation, and we also finally got an attorney involved, and without going into all the legal ugliness and stuff, we were successful, and he was able to move to Omaha with his 2 children, because he was raising the kids anyway, and that's where he currently lives. Jill and I had a relationship problem about the time of Kelly's wedding, but we got that all, it took us a year or 2, we got that all worked out, felt good about that. I knocked off my 50th state by going to Alaska and and dining on a glacier at Jill's invitation as part of her Food Network work, and that was really a cool experience. Probably the best trip maybe of my entire life was one I took with Mother and Aunt Ada. I took them back to their family roots. Well, they were both born in South Dakota, but their parents were born in, my grandparents in Western Virginia, and there were also relatives in Maryland. So I took them back there in 1990 we were gone 2 or 3 weeks to visit cemeteries and find old relatives, and it was, they were in their 80s, but they were full of energy. They just about wore me out, and they were just a hoot, and we had some of the wildest, funnest experiences. I'll never forget that great trip. Next, our lifelong love of Belize began because of a student of mine who I had met. I had some pretty interesting international projects that took me to Spain, Morocco, South Africa, Brazil, Scotland, Costa Rica, Ireland, Chile, and those were very interesting. And I received some of the highest recognition possible from two of my universities during that period. That would be Washington State University and South Dakota State University. I was sued in federal court by a disgruntled faculty member, and that consumed much of my time. It was pretty stressful over a 2-year period, but that ultimately the federal judge ruled in my favor, but that was something I remembered not a good thing during those 13 years. Mary Margaret, Tricia's mom, began showing signs of dementia for the first time during this time period as when we were living in Lincoln, and that became a long ordeal. And finally, Wendy and Jimmy became an important part of our lives when they moved to Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, there are probably other things that I should have mentioned, or maybe people. I hope I didn't offend anyone by excluding anyone. But so those are some of the things that come to mind about the Lincoln years. Questions? Did I nail it?
That's a lot.
All right.
So what year did you move to Indiana?
Well, it was very late, 2002. I actually began work at Purdue in 2003.
Oh, would you like to expand upon your time in
well,
Indiana
okay.
and
All right,
working
well,
at Purdue?
I'm glad you asked. Well, let me just a little bit about the motivation for that move, and then I'm just going to tick off the little nuggets like I did kind of around Lincoln, but provide a little background information. When I was at the University of Wyoming, I had been approached a number of times by different universities for higher level different positions and stuff, and I always routinely said no because I loved it there so much. But when Purdue approached me about a position they had, I didn't routinely reject it, only because it was Purdue is about 90 miles from where Tricia's parents were living or were living, yeah, I had it right, in Illinois. And we were both beginning to worry about her parents. I mentioned her mother was now into some early stages of dementia, and her dad had health problems over the years and of different types, nothing serious, but they were getting up there. So with that in mind, I decided that I would accept the Purdue position for family, not professional reasons. In fact, I didn't think I would really find the Purdue professional work as fulfilling as I had at Nebraska. But there's a little lesson in that story, I guess, and that's sometimes what's the one expression? Be careful of what you wish for, but then the flip side is sort of maybe be open to what you're sure you're not going to like. And because, as it turned out, Purdue was the most wonderful place I spent in my entire career. But anyway, so that's the reason that we moved there. We were there for 11 years or something like that. And here are some of the highlights of that. We spent a lot of time taking care of Mary Margaret and Johnny, Tricia's parents, back and forth, both of us a lot, but Tricia, of course, more than I. Mary Margaret died in 2009. Johnny continued on his own and living alone and did pretty well. We were there for him. You'll remember one time we took him on a trip out here to Colorado, which for Tricia and I was kind of the trip for hell, but he said it was the best trip he ever took in his life. If I had more time, I would elaborate on that, but I think you remember he had, well, just briefly, he had breathing problems, and he was insisting on going to Colorado, and he insisting on going to Pikes Peak. And what is that, 14,000 feet or something? And so we became so well acquainted with 3 or 4 emergency rooms, Alamosa, I don't remember the different ones, and getting oxygen and so on. And Tricia and I were just at an absolute ragged edge by the time we went back to Chicago. But if you ask him I mean, he was really, some of the time he was not doing well. But if you ask him afterwards, what one of his best trips, or maybe the best trip of his life, that time I went to Colorado with Trish and Sam. Well, you wouldn't have got the same answer from us. I did some international work that led to a 6-month sabbatical in Costa Rica, and some other pretty interesting projects in Kenya and Germany and France. Trish and I, when I was in Costa Rica, Trish and I went to Cuba illegally, and that was and Panama. Well, Panama was legal, but that was a pretty cool experience. We also took a 30-year delayed honeymoon trip. Why it was delayed for 30 years is a story unto itself. I'm not going to go into, but anyway, we didn't have a honeymoon when we got married, and so 30 years later we went to Australia and New Zealand for almost 2 months, and that was really a cool trip. Tanya remarried and moved from Omaha to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Carter married during our time in West Lafayette, and he and Anna blessed us with another granddaughter, Sienna, who's now 10, maybe 11, 10 or 10. And Trish found nursing was her true calling, but the last 6 or 7 years we were in Lafayette, she became involved in nursing as a hospice nurse. And that was really, really the ultimate in her career. Because she was fluent in Spanish, she would any person that needed hospice care that was Spanish speaking, Trish would work with. But she had other people in family that she worked with too. But I think she was a perfect fit for that because. Of course, she had the clinical skills as a nurse, but she also, with her background in social work and counseling and so on, could kind of see the broader dynamic. And she just loved it, and she was so good at it. I tell people that because she's a nurse, that I have it made in life and in death, because she can help me exit too, as she did so many other people. That was her. The best. I mean, she loved all of her nursing experiences over that 25-year period or whatever. But that was the ultimate. We had one really, really special story when we took a Mexican woman that was here without documentation and was dying of breast cancer back to Mexico, and you've heard that story. I'm not going to elaborate on it. But it was probably the most moving, emotional experience of my life, to take Artemia and her 2 children back to some little village up in the mountains outside of Veracruz, so that she could die at home in Mexico, her home in Mexico. And she did about 3 weeks after we returned. We accompanied her and her 2 children and made all those arrangements and everything. It was really something. Well, during that period, I also retired from full-time work at Purdue, but I also started doing a little consulting work, which I still do. And then Purdue did ask me to come back on a part-time basis for a couple of years. I kicked off my retirement by doing my first and last skydiving adventure just down the road here from where we're sitting, and that was pretty nerve-wracking and cool. Again, I could elaborate, but in the interest of time, we'll not do that. We also spent time thinking about where we wanted to live after we were both done working. We considered South Dakota, we considered Colorado, we considered Nebraska. But for a variety of reasons, we landed in Chicago and began looking at places to live during the last couple of years we were in Lafayette. West Lafayette, we just took our time and zip up to Chicago and live at different condos until we found the one that we liked. During the same period, Aunt Ada died. I was closer to her than any of my other aunts and uncles, and so that was a loss. A really significant loss was when Marvin died. I've mentioned him several times. That was really hard on me. We had a kind of a magical, special relationship, and yeah, I was honored to be with him when he took his last breath, and also to share my memories of him at his funeral. Another relationship I lost during that period, but that was a different reason, and Jill ended our relationship in 2010. I'll elaborate a little bit more on that later. And Trish finally retired and moved to Chicago in July of 2014. So those are the Lafayette, West Lafayette years.
Can you expand on your current life in Chicago and what you do to fill your time?
Okay, well, there's no issue there, filling time. We moved to Chicago in July of 2014. In the spring of 2015, Johnny, father-in-law, Teresa's dad, died. So the first few months we were pretty much focused on his last few months. He and I, as I mentioned before, had become incredibly close, and I still think about him lots. And with the history of my own father that I mentioned, he was sort of another surrogate father, just like Marvin. And like Marvin, I was with Johnny, holding his hand when he died. So I miss both of them a lot. But now let me talk a little bit about the decision to move to Chicago. As I mentioned earlier, Trish had left, the city that she loved, and all her friends and family, and a great career and so on, to follow me around in my escapades at Laramie, Lincoln, and so on. And so I thought it was only fair that she get to decide where we lived in this next chapter. And I wasn't surprised when she said, I'd like to go back to Chicago. Now, if she had said Tonopah, Nevada, I would have said, okay, let's go, because I really felt that I owed that to her. And I knew that I would do fine in Chicago, but what I didn't realize is how much I would really, really just totally fall in love with the place. So that is where we are, and it's kind of, I think about it, sort of the irony. I started my life in, about as remote a part of at least the United States as you could find, and I'm now in the nation's third largest city, the complete antithesis. So I've experienced both ends of that spectrum. The question, what do we do in Chicago, I guess, is whatever we want to, because neither of us are encumbered with any serious responsibilities. I still do. I probably average maybe 1 day a week of consulting, although most of that I do from home, from our home. I do occasionally, though, have as one of my consulting arrangements, need to go somewhere, Washington, D.C. Well, one of the reasons I'm out here is to work on a little project with the Colorado State University. So, but I really didn't have any idea I would love the city as much as I do. And some of the reasons I love it, I just love the diversity of the people. I have never lived in a city that had so much ethnic, racial, cultural diversity, all the different foods and music, the traditions of different cultures and stuff. I just love that stuff. It's about 30% Caucasian, about the city itself, about 30% African American, about 30% Latino, and other 10% are a mixture. And so I never lived in a place like that. I love it. The city itself is very vibrant. A lot of cities, and I've spent time in lots of cities in the U.S., they're very active during the 7 to 6 Monday through Friday, but then they kind of empty out. But Chicago and New York, and there might be another one or two, they're round-the-clock cities, and I find that energizing. Our particular neighborhood is, I'm doing a little inventory, and I think it's going to be somewhere between 50 and 100 restaurants that are within a half-mile walk of where we live. But we also have 4 grocery stores and dry cleaners, hardware, my state farm agent, shoe repairs, and all that stuff. And with everything nearby, we don't need a car, so we no longer have a vehicle. And that's been a huge relief for me, because I never did like vehicles, but I've always had to have one. You have to have one everywhere I live. But I've always seen vehicles as sort of a necessary evil, kind of like prescription drugs or something. And now that I don't need one, got rid of it, and everywhere we can either walk in our neighborhood or quickly take a bus downtown. We live in an older building. It's by sort of Chicago high-rise standards. It's a small building. It's only 16 stories. We live on the 14th floor, and there's about 60 units in it. Ours is about 2,700 square feet. We have a beautiful view. We look out one set of windows and we can see the expanse of Lake Michigan, and the other set of windows we can see the beautiful Chicago skyline. And for the first time in my life, I don't have to shovel snow, mow grass, do maintenance work. I never minded doing that stuff, by the way. In fact, I found some joy in it, but I've been there, done that, and I don't need to do that anymore. How do we spend our time? Well, there's so much going on. The real issue is, how do we choose? That's the problem. How do we choose and sort out what to do with so many options available? I do think as we look to the future, now that we're pretty well settled in, we'll probably be carving out some time for some volunteer work, because Trish and I have always had it a priority to give back to our community. We live there with our 2 kiddies, Dewey Lopez Obama and Mary Elizabeth Princess Priscilla Cordes, the latter being my kitty, and the first one Trish's. She has taught them Spanish, so they're bilingual, and if you ask them to come or whatever in Espanol, they will do so. I'm a big walker. Trish's too. I average about at least 5 miles a day. I've been meditating since I was in graduate school, and I continue to do that. And I think that's an overview of life in the Windy City, unless you have any questions.
Are you a Cubs fan?
Oh, how could I have left that out? Oh, God, Trish will be upset with me. Part of our prenuptial was I had to become a Cubs fan. No, we live within walking distance, 7 blocks, I guess, from Wrigley Field. And we go to the games, and if we don't go to the game, we watch on television. Our neighborhood, of course, is always abuzz during the baseball season. And, of course, we were there in 2016, just a little over a year ago, when they won the World Series, the first time in 108 years, and that was exciting. That was exciting. And we went to one game, one of the World Series games at Wrigley Field. So, thank you for asking about that. And my apologies to Trish and Johnny. See, this is a family thing. Probably his only regret in life, he lived a wonderful life, was that and he was a lifelong Cubs fan. He died just a year before they won the World Series. So.
He was probably watching, huh?
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about Grandma and Grandpa Cordes, and just anything about their character, what they like, dislike, any funny stories, etc.?
Okay. Well, they were both very easygoing people. Dad especially so, very patient. I never saw either one of them really get mad or lose their temper in any significant way. I mean, they could get annoyed, but that was about as far as it would go. And I'll say something a bit tongue-in-cheek about growing up in what was really an incredibly harmonious household, free of conflict. It leaves you pretty naive and unprepared for, conflict that you might encounter personally later in life, like I did. You're completely clueless and defenseless. But I still wouldn't give up the very harmonious household and loving family that I grew up in. Dad I already mentioned, I think he was very patient. Neither one of them was really a worrier. I do know Dad, like all ranchers, would sometimes worry about the weather, the blizzards, the drought, but I don't think he was obsessed. And I don't know, Mother didn't even worry about that, I don't think. She was very even keeled. She was very much a lady. She had a lot of grace and class about her, and how she looked and dressed was really important to her. I remember one time she came back from some kind of a meeting, probably a cowbell meeting or something, and I was there, and Dad asked her, how it was. And she said, I know that she regretted saying this because she said it as a joke, but we never ever let her forget it. She said, I was the best dressed and best looking woman there. And we never let her forget that. Yeah, but despite being very prim and proper, I mean, she was tons of fun to be around and had a great sense of humor. And sometimes something would set her off, and she just simply couldn't contain herself. I mean, and if it was in a public setting or something, I know Balba has a couple of stories about that it was just becomes embarrassing. But she couldn't control herself when she got like that. She was totally out of control. She prided herself on being a great homemaker, and she was. She's an excellent cook. I'll never forget her fried chicken, cinnamon rolls. She was a clean freak. Everything had to be neat, tidy, clean. Dad was pretty old school when it came to being a rancher, and it served him well because he was a good rancher. He didn't like farming or mechanics, but he knew cows and horses, and my brother, your dad, inherited. I can see that so well. In addition to the fact Kirk looks like my dad. He was a successful rancher, but he did go broke, like so many during the Depression. And I marvel at the fact that he rebuilt a nice operation after being flat broke in his 50s. I wasn't around then, but when he went broke, but I don't remember Dad or Mommy ever commenting about how freaked out they were about that at the time. But damn, and I don't think they were. I don't quite get that. I would have been going nuts. But a couple quick stories about how seriously Dad took ranching. One time I went with him to the Dorothy Brothers Chevrolet dealership in Phillips, South Dakota, and they must have been a John Deere dealer or something with him too, because the shop manager or something gave me a nice little John Deere tractor and plow. I was so excited about that. Dad didn't know he had done that. And when I got home, I started playing with it, and he took it away from me. He didn't want me to have anything to do with farming. And then another thing that makes the point, when you went to a restaurant with Dad, if you wanted to order by today's prices, a $75 steak, he would happily pay for it. But if you wanted to order $9 shrimp appetizer or something, he wouldn't. You had to. He would support the industry, and if you weren't willing to eat beef, he wasn't going to pay for it. Mother was very dedicated to Dad, and she did everything she could to make his life very comfortable and as meaningful as possible after his stroke in the late 1950s, which consumed about 16 years of their life. Mother never liked to be pinned down or make a commitment. Her standard reply whenever I asked her to do something or plan or whatever, it was, "Well, we'll see." Well, we'll see. That's as far. And you could push and probe as much as you wanted, and it was the same response. We'll see. They were both very hardworking, took the responsibility seriously. I think they passed all of that along to all 7 children. Dad had very little formal education. I don't really know how much. I don't think it was 8th grade even. But he's really one of the most knowledgeable and best read people I've ever known. I think that question says something about discipline. We, or I don't want to speak for my siblings, I guess, but I think they would agree, that there were boundaries, but they weren't strict or rigid in terms of formal rules and all that. I don't think I was ever spanked. I might have been slapped a time or two. Mother had a way with her hand that was, she could slap, so I guess she probably did. I think maybe Dad would take his gloves off and wave him in front of you like he was going to smack you. And I think he might have a time or two, but we were hardly abused. At least I would. The kids brought them a lot of joy. Now, they were a little reserved about showing too much pride over any particular accomplishment, but you knew they were proud of you. They're probably more likely to tell someone else about how great I had done something or something than they were to tell me. I guess they didn't want this stuff to go to our heads or something like that. Dad was very community oriented, served as a county commissioner, active in the South Dakota Stock Growers. He volunteered in our community. I remember going with him when he went around to collect dues or whatever from little people that had those old crank telephones in their house. Mother was somewhat active with a church group I know in Sturgis, and then later on with the South Dakota, what was called the Cowbells, now the Cattle Women. She served as state president, in fact. I was very close to Mother, and she was always approachable, and I always felt I could confide in her, although she was sometimes a little bit quick, I think, to render a judgment or give advice instead of just listening. But and they could both be stubborn, and I think especially Mom, and when they thought they'd been crossed, it wasn't too easy for Mother to accept an apology or to apologize herself. And I inherited some of that, but I've worked pretty hard to not do that, and I think I've been pretty successful at not doing that anymore. But I'm not being critical of her. None of us are perfect, right? She had a long memory, and if someone crossed her or screwed up, she might forgive, but she wasn't going to forget. But anyway, I was very close to Mother and loved her, miss her. Pet peeves: Mom's included animals in the house, and she didn't like chickens. Dad would not touch safety pins or buttons. Now, if the button was on the shirt, that was okay, but just to hand him a freestanding button, not a good thing. What could they have done differently? I think it's part of that question. Well, I suppose there are a lot of things, as any parent, because we're human, could, but nothing major. They were dedicated parents, and I think they did a great job. I guess the one item I would mention, I think they could have been a little more demonstrative in their show of affection and love. They weren't likely to verbalize their feelings of affection. I mean, I knew that I was loved, but they never said I love you. A little, a hug or a verbalization of that probably would have been nice. I remember discussing this with Suzanne because her family was the opposite. They were very demonstrative, hugs, telling everyone that they loved them, except there's also a lot of conflict in that household. And one day, everyone would love each other, and the next day they wouldn't. So I used to say, well, at least my family doesn't verbalize it, but at least they show it. And we used to discuss, kind of argue about that a little bit. Of course, she had the opposite side. And of course, the reality is that both Suzanne and I were both right or both wrong or whatever. I mean, you can verbalize it and then also show it. It's not one or the other. Finally, what did I learn from them? Just 7 or 8 things I'll tick off here. A sense of responsibility, very strong work ethic, importance of integrity, honesty, the importance of family, importance of giving back to one's community. I got that from Dad especially. And also from Dad, the importance of kind of being in tune with what's going on in the world. I learned from my mother a very gentle manner, and always, with both of them, to try to look to the bright side. That's my parents.
Sound like pretty good people.
Yeah, they were.
Hi, Sam.
Hi there.
Would you tell me a little bit about your spouse, Trish, and her family?
Okay, well, I want to do Suzanne and her,
Well,
and
spouses,
her
plural.
family. So
Yes.
let me begin there after I have another sip of beer.
It's important to...
Thank you for the fat tire. Well, Suzanne's parents were from northern Kentucky and southern Indiana, and they migrated to St. Augustine, Florida, right after their marriage, and spent their entire lives there. They were great people, just really nice, hardworking people. Grandpa Newland, as I think of him, Lee Herbert Newland officially. He was a little bit grumpy, but you know he had a good heart and was a good person. And Grandma Newland, she wore her heart on her sleeve, and that annoyed some people, including her two daughters, Nancy and Suzanne, but not me. She was really extremely kind and sensitive, and in some ways I think she kind of got a bad rap because people couldn't overlook some of her quirky, weird stuff. You know, we all have that. But anyway, well, also she was clinically bipolar. But at that era and that time, I don't think there was a very good understanding of that, and so she was had some tough times, and was even institutionalized at one point, I think. But despite her bipolar and mental health issue, I mean, she never lost sight of what her priorities were, and that was really her husband and her two daughters. I had a great relationship with Grandma Newland. I visited the Newlands more than once, after Suzanne and I were divorced. Now, in terms of Suzanne, she was smart. She was creative. She loved to have a great time. Probably the best storyteller next to Jerry Willowite, maybe, of all time. She was the life of the party. Very personable. And now, if her responsibilities fit into a fun lifestyle, then everything was golden. But if not, then the fun would take precedent over the responsibilities, and it was that sort of value conflict that ultimately caused the marriage to end, I think, at least as I see it. But she was easy to love. I have tons of fond and happy memories with Suzanne, and especially from the first roughly decade of our marriage. Now, let me shift to Trish. Trish is very Irish. That's her family background on both sides. Her parents are Illinois natives. Johnny her dad was a World War II pilot, and they got married, I don't know, maybe right before he enlisted. Yeah, I guess right before he enlisted. He wanted to go to college. He's a very, very smart man, but it just didn't work out with family responsibilities and so on. And I always kind of felt badly that he didn't do that as smart and talented as he was. He ended up being a small town grocer in Herscher, Illinois. And of course, there's nothing wrong with that. But he could have really done anything he wanted. He was that talented. He had an engineering type brain. Interestingly, Trish and he had a very tumultuous relationship until about the time she married me. Now, she says the reason that changed is because he liked me, and if she married me, then, and I was a good guy, then somehow she must be okay too. But I don't really buy into that. But she, that's kind of her take on that. At any rate, their relationship over time really did become very deep and very special, and it went from very contentious to amazing. Trish's mom, Mary Margaret, I called her Mary Magdalene, was a fun woman. I had this deep father-son relationship with Johnny that my relationship with Mary Margaret was more shallow, I guess, in a sense. But we had a lot of fun together. She loved my teasing and all the attention I would give her. I feel very fortunate that I had such a great relationship with both sets of in-laws. Now, how would I characterize Trish? Well, a number of things. She's extremely hardworking. She started earning money for herself in the 5th grade, replanting tomato plants or something for neighbors. I don't know. And then all through high school and stuff, she babysat and had other jobs. She put herself through college, all 3 degrees, and she was the first one, just like me, in her family to to graduate from college. And also, I guess, somewhat like me, she was the adventuresome one of the family. She was, well, I mentioned she first wanted to go to college. She lived in Mexico for 2 years as a young woman and wanted to seek her fortune in Chicago, so to speak, and she did. She's extremely responsible, very, very strong and stable. She can be tough, but always caring. She keeps me in line. That's important. She's loyal, probably to a fault. Smart, both book smart, but also very streetwise, street smart. She believed very strongly in giving back to the world, and that's what caused her to make this career shift into nursing at age 40 or 42 or whatever she was. And then she has a very, very strong family orientation. She spent, well, I could explain that at any one of a number of levels, but the last few years the reason we moved to Indiana was so that she could take better care of her mother and dad, and she did. But also with my mother, I remember when we were living in Lincoln and I was traveling, on more than one occasion, she got off of a 12-hour shift as a nurse and just without me even knowing it, just drove up to South Dakota, and she might have touched base with your parents or something, but mainly just hung out with Grandma Cordes in her assisted living place for a day or two, and then drove back to Lincoln. So that's kind of my description of my wives and their parents.
Great. Thank you. Sam, can you now go into some sharing about when you were growing up, and did you spend most of your time indoors or outdoors, and what did you do?
Okay, well, I spent a little of my time both indoors and outdoors, and in later years, like 7th grade on through high school or whatever, I was outdoors quite a bit, helping with haying and stuff, which I didn't like. But the answer to the question is I spent a fair amount of time both places, but I think I really preferred being indoors on my various projects, my records, my chicken records, and things like that. And then, of course, Sam's Super Service was a high priority.
Okay. Do you want to continue on to the next question?
Okay, let's do it.
Expanded there. What were your dreams or thoughts about the future when you were growing up?
Well, one was to be the next Casey Tibbs, arguably the greatest saddlebronc rider of all time. I also, and I don't quite know where this fits in with where I ended up, but I also thought about being a military officer and a law enforcement officer. So, but another thought was being a politician. I thought about that. And finally, I don't know that it was really a dream, although it probably was an indicator of travel, I suppose. I remember looking at the globe and just wondering and being very curious about everything that's going on everywhere else. So that was it.
Okay. And what were some of your best childhood memories?
Okay. Well, I mean, I could get into, I suppose, some specifics, but I guess I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say that I had wonderful childhood memories of my first 5 years being with my mom in Sturgis, and all of her friends and my older siblings and their friends and my mother's friends and so on, being completely dominated by women, I guess is what it amounted to. But it was, but that was a wonderful period. And then the second, probably best childhood memory is subsequent to that, when I was going to grade school, and in particular, sitting on my dad's lap in his big rocking chair, which I think I mentioned earlier I still have. Very special.
Do you have any pet peeves, either now or back then?
Well, I don't know about back then, but I do have some. I probably have more than I'll share. But one is a table that wobbles. You ever go into a restaurant and sit there and the table is wobbling? just drives me nuts. Cannot handle that. The second thing, pet peeve, is people that say they are bored. I reject that word. I wish it wasn't in the English language. And from my point of view, the only people who are bored are boring people. The third thing I would mention are macho men. That tough guy attitude and all that bravado and stuff that goes along with that. Now, I grew up with quite a bit of that around me, but fortunately it wasn't from my dad or Marvin or others that I really respected. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. And unfortunately, if I interject a little politics in here at the national scene, that's exactly what we have as a president. And I think it's a sign of insecurity and weakness, not strength.
Okay. What has brought you the greatest satisfaction in life?
Well, a number of things, I suppose, but the one I would mention right off the bat would the satisfaction from being a dad. I loved the nurturing role, being silly, spending tons of time with the kids when they were growing up, setting an example for them, creating lots of experiences and memories for them, and then providing guidance as they became a bit older. I'm also proud as a dad of what I did not do, which is I did not put any pressure on them to follow a certain career path, go to a particular college, live in a certain place, who to date or marry, that kind of thing. And I think making their own decisions, even if it was a poor decision, from which they could learn from, is something Trish and I thought was important. I kind of related to that. I do take particular satisfaction in hanging in there as a parent during the difficult times that I shared earlier. I mean, what if I hadn't been in the picture when things with Suzanne, when she went south? I mean, it's not unheard of for fathers to bail in situations that are a whole lot less demanding and messy than what I was encountering. So I'm proud of my sense of commitment, responsibility, and perseverance, dedication. And I learned those from my parents, and so thank you, Mom and Dad. Now, what am I most proud of? I think, apart from what I just shared, probably I do think I've made a positive difference in the world, albeit small as just one individual. But I think some of that's through my personal and family impacts. I think some of it's through my professional work, and some of it's through volunteer work in my community, wherever that community might happen to be. And I wanted to share a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson that I like, and here it is. To know that even one life has breathed easier because you have lived, this is to have succeeded. So, if you're not doing things for others, my question is, why were you born? I think I have touched a fair number of lives, again, whether that's family, friends, employees, students, and people I didn't even know for that matter. But, sometimes that was doing major acts of generosity, such as that thing with Artemia that I referenced earlier. Sometimes it was providing insights or counsel. Sometimes it was something during a major family crisis. And sometimes it was just being a good listener and providing support. Trish and I even allowed a vagabond niece and her boyfriend to move in with us at one point. I won't say anything more
That was
about
a huge charity case, wasn't it?
And I'm proud of having what I call a North Star that has led me to helping others, including a career that was in the public service area or sector. And I could give a number of examples of how my university work made a difference, but a little bit better place for others. That's just really important to me. I can say the same thing about my community service and volunteer activities. And shifting to a different level, I'm also very proud of the way I was always respectful to my parents and helped them out as much as I could as they got older. Now, that was a little more difficult for me because I was living, in some other state. But I still contributed, and Trish too, as best we could. I remember coming out for a week or so and finding an assisted living place for Mother. And the flip side of that is I just really appreciate all of my siblings that were in South Dakota and closer, and all the effort they made, including their in-laws. Like your mom, Kathy, was a great friend and supporter of Mother's, and was very concerned about her, and that made me, Trish and I, sleep easier, knowing that there were people on the ground, not at the distance we were, that were looking after Mother. Well, that was kind of emphasizing, others and the importance of helping others. But so I'll shift to a little more egocentric accomplishments, and I need to be a little careful here, because the Cordes culture is, you never brag on yourself. You just don't do that. That's just unacceptable. So, nevertheless, I'm going to share 4 items with utter humility, so I can keep peace in the family and not be perceived as bragging. I am proud of being the first person in my family to graduate from college, let alone earn an advanced degree. Secondly, I am proud of my adventuresome spirit, and that I was willing to take some risk and do a number of things that in some ways were new to the Cordes family culture, and well, including going to college, adopting children, etc. And that leads me to probably my favorite quote. Probably need to have this on my gravestone, except I plan to be cremated, but here it is. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path, and leave a trail. I love that. And that's kind of the way that I think I've led my life, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the marriage that Trish and I have created. She's been such a blessing. Both of us are very independent, and I like to say that we do great when we're apart, but even better when we are together. I think I'm especially proud and grateful because of what I experienced the first time around, which wasn't all great. The fourth and final thing I'm proud of is, I guess I would say, my financial comeback. Much like my dad, who went broke during the Depression. I wasn't quite as old as he was, but after the divorce and the aftermath of all of that, I did have a negative net worth, in my 40s, and responsibility for 4 kids. But through some, prudent management, saving as much as we could, not buying expensive homes and cars and big boy toys and so on, in 30 years or less, we were able to accumulate enough to retire at a relatively young age. And while we're not wealthy, we are financially secure, and we have a comfortable lifestyle. So I'm proud of those 4 things, even if it does sound like I am bragging. So there. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm bragging.
No. Those are things to be proud of. We all encounter adversity, disappointments, regrets, etc. As you look back in your life, what were some of the biggest challenges you faced, or things you wish had gone differently?
Well, I thought about this question quite a bit, and it's not easy to talk about some of this because, it's just not easy to talk about it. But I did think of 5 things that I want to share that were difficult. I have regrets about, disappointments, whatever. But I guess on the upside, I would begin by saying that, regardless of my heartaches, heartbreaks, adversity, disappointments, and all that kind of stuff, I look back, and I'm not sure it was all a bad thing. It wasn't fun at the time, but I think working through some of the things that I'll share, it's helped make me what I am today, and I like who I am today. So that's a good thing. I think also those lumps and bumps and bruises have helped me in 3 ways. I think it's made me a stronger person. I think it's made me more appreciative of all the blessings that I do have. And I think 3, it's made me more empathetic to other people who also face challenges and tough periods in their life. So let me go through the 5 areas and elaborate a bit on each of them. Well, the first one is I wish my first marriage hadn't ended in a divorce. Now, from a selfish point of view, I really, in some ways, can't say that because that opened the door for Trish to come into my life, which was a huge blessing. But I do regret it because of the impact that it had on the kids. Divorces are never easy, but I think mine may have been particularly harmful because it was ugly. Now, it wasn't ugly in the sense that Suzanne and I had a lot of acrimony, during and post-divorce. There was a bit, but we got along reasonably well. And Trish and Suzanne had fairly frequent communications at various points too. But what was bad about it, it wasn't what I would call your run-of-the-mill divorce, which is what I wished I'd had, where you have two, strong, stable, responsible people, equally committed to their kids that just kind of simply grow apart and go their separate ways. And that's just not the way it was with the drama, the tragedy in Suzanne's life, and the things that and we were involved in her lifestyle and so on. So, and I think that probably caused some very painful and maybe even some long-term psychological damage with some of the kids. Now it was so difficult for me because I was in uncharted territory. No one else in my family, immediate family, had ever been divorced. Now I had friends who had gone through divorce, but again, these were kind of the run-of-the-mill type divorces where just two, strong, stable people kind of drifted apart. But they weren't of much help because my situation was pretty bizarre with Suzanne and her lifestyle and priorities. And so, what was the right path to choose in my situation? Well, no one knew then. And even with 20/20 hindsight, I think it's still an open question. So that's what made it difficult for me. I mean, I just did the best I could. And knowing that you do the best you can is about as good as it gets, and it allows you to sleep at night, and I sleep fine. So, but the second regret is I wish Jill had not ended our relationship in 2010, or at least I wish she would have provided an opportunity for us to talk things through before she pulled the plug. I've experienced, like all of us, lots of surprises and shocks in our life, but I think this one topped the charts. I've always loved all my kids and always will, but in some ways I thought Jill and I had a particularly special relationship. We did have, as I mentioned earlier, one period in the 1990s when things went off track a little bit, but we worked hard and got that put back together, and I thought we were stronger than ever. So when I say I was in a state of shock when I received this lengthy letter from her, and signed by Phil as well, saying our relationship was over, I mean, I just was beyond stunned, and I didn't know what to do. I was hurt deeply, and especially in the run-up to her decision. I'd visited them in New York about 3 times in the previous year and a half. The last time was shortly after Fia, that would be my 3rd granddaughter, was born, and Jill did get on my case about a time or two then about not appropriately acknowledging her 40th birthday, and I happened to be in Costa Rica at the time, but and her communication slacked off a little bit, but I just figured that was because of being preoccupied as a first-time mother. Suzanne had encountered some serious health problems, and I know that she was concerned about that, of course, and then they were thinking about moving to LA, so I didn't think much about maybe a little more limited communication, but I never would have thought that she was thinking about ending the relationship. And had I known that, I mean, I would have been on the first plane to New York or LA or whatever just to see what was going on and at least try to figure things out. But we never had that opportunity, and I regret that.
I was further blown away knowing how Jill had reacted several years earlier when there was some tension between Kelly and me because of my efforts to help resolve some challenges facing our oldest grandchild. Jill really got on our cases, stressing to both of us how important familial relationships are and admonishing us to get together to talk things through, which we did. How ironic, then, that she was unilaterally pulling the plug without even considering any discussion. I had absolutely no idea what in the world was going on. It was just so horribly baffling and devastating.
Being completely dumbstruck, blindsided, or whatever, I really didn't know where to begin on that. And Trish was helpful, but I needed some additional guidance. And sometimes the stars are aligned, even in your darkest moments. And I had been seeing a counselor at Purdue, not for this, but Purdue had a program where right before you were retiring, you could go in. It was free, and I thought I might as well take advantage of it and talk to a counselor. Just have them help you think things through about what you're going to do in your retirement and all of that. And I had that stuff pretty well figured out, I thought. But I thought it never hurts to get a second opinion. So I was in there. I'd been in there to see this woman a time or two, and then I got Jill's letter, and so we shifted and spent several sessions on that. And I didn't know really how to respond. And of course, a counselor will never tell you what to do, but they'll help you think through what your options are. And as much as I wanted to reach out to Jill, I decided not to. And it was for two fundamental reasons. First, I ultimately concluded that it would be disrespectful to them, as they made it clear that they didn't want any more contact with me. Now, if they'd been teenagers or something, I might have ignored that boundary and contacted them anyway. But Christ, they were in their 40s. They'd given some thought to this decision, and I ultimately felt I needed to honor that. And then the second thing is I've always wanted what was best for my kids. And if not having me in Jill's life is best for her, then I need to be out of it. And so I just decided to not to contact and honor their request and just kind of suck it up and relish in all the great times, the great memories that Jill and I had. Now, I did violate the no contact rule twice. Once was Fia's birthday occurred just shortly after I got the letter in October, I think it was, and Fia's birthday's in December. And Trish thought we should still send Fia a birthday gift, and I concurred. So we went out, Trish did, and bought this really nice first birthday gift, and but it came back returned to sender. So the second time I violated the sort of no contact rule was a couple of years later, and I was concerned about now they had two children. I think grandparents are important in kids' lives, so I thought it was kind of unfortunate, to say the least, that their two children were not going to have an opportunity, the way that I had read things anyway, with us. And so I sent what I thought was a fairly compelling case that maybe we could figure out a way, even if they didn't want to have a relationship with me, that we could that their kids could. And I emphasized the fact that I thought a family counselor should be involved in this, so that we got a little better sense of the landscape and kind of determine some basic ground rules, and and prevent the kids from accidentally somehow being negatively infected by all of that. But so I made that case, and turns out in exactly 17 minutes after sending the email, I got a response. It was not from Jill, it was from Phil, and the answer was really not just no, but pretty much hell no. So that's where it stands. It took me quite a while to make peace with this situation and simply shift my attention on the great memories and times I've had with Jill. I love her, always will. I want the best for her and her family. And if at some point, she wants to reconsider some type of relationship with me and is willing to engage in a family counselor to help sort things out, I'm open to that. So that was a toughie. Now, we'll move on to regret number 3. And I regret that the kids, that at least some of them, did not fully accept, let alone embrace Trish when she came into the family. And I say this not because it hurt or upset Trish. She's too strong and stable and stuff to be hurt by something like that. But and after all, she'd never plan to be married again, have kids anyway. So that's not why I see this as a regret. But and I should mention that she was always very sensitive to the kids and wanted to do everything possible to make sure that she wasn't seen as a wicked stepmom. She made it clear right from the get-go to all the kids that she wasn't trying to replace Suzanne, their mother, but she did let them know that she would be there for them if needed, and they did sometimes turn to her. But she never asked them to call her mom or do other stupid things that sometimes happens like that. And she also reached out to Suzanne on a number of different occasions just to establish a rapport and show that she wasn't any threat at that level and so on. One occasion, I know when Suzanne was in some kind of a treatment center or something, it was Trish that made sure that the kids always wrote to Suzanne on a daily or every other day basis or whatever. And with her background, Trish's background in social work and counseling and so on, she had a good sense of kind of trying to make the kids sort of try to understand maybe what was going on. And then here's another example of how Trish behaved in terms of not being a threat. We got married on December 21, 1985. But I had made the commitment before moving to Wyoming, I think I already mentioned that I wanted the kids to continue to see a unified family, and that I was going to be going to Pennsylvania to spend Christmas with them and with Suzanne. So at that point, I didn't know that I was going to be getting married or remarried. But, so Suzanne and I got married on December 21, and the next morning I headed off to Pennsylvania to spend Christmas with my ex-wife and 4 kids, and left Trish behind. But she fully understood, and she said, "That's what you need to do. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine with our first Christmas apart, and you're with your ex-wife." But I don't think, a lot of women or men, I think, would have had problems with that. But that just goes to show that she was trying her best to not be seen as a threat. And I think that, and so I see this as a regret, isn't because Trish was hurt, because she wasn't, but simply because the kids miss connecting on a deep and permanent basis with someone who could have been such an asset to them. Some did more than others, but by and large, the wicked stepmother syndrome prevailed. I think Carter is the one that seemed to really have the best handle on all of this. He can talk about Suzanne with fondness and cherish their times together, forgive her for some poor choices, etc., and totally embrace Trish. In fact, they have a very close and special relationship. He, I think more than the others, has figured out, that there's no need to choose. You can have both. So that's the third regret. The fourth one is, I've alluded to, and I wished I would have had a little more quality time with my dad and wouldn't have been burdened with the constant worry about his health, maybe being left fatherless and so on. But again, the upside of that was it opened the door for me having a special relationship and bond with Marvin, and then later on in my life with Johnny. But, and also another upside to that, it was a huge motivator for me to really become dedicated as a dad myself and spend as much quality time as I possibly could with the kids. So there's a silver lining in that cloud too. And then the fifth and last regret, and this one is pretty much on me, is I regret that I wasn't more open over the years about those occasional times when I was struggling with life, whether that was with Suzanne or something else. I kept things all bottled up and always put on a happy face. I think that's kind of the Cordes way, the Cordes culture, and I guess I question that a bit. I think we were raised to never complain and to always keep personal issues very private, and certainly there's a lot of value in that, at least up to a point, but I do think it has been carried to extreme, and probably by mom and dad, and passed along to us children. And you know, the reality is friends and family want to be supportive, but they can't if they don't know you're struggling. And when I kept all of my stuff bottled up, and it's therapeutic to talk about difficulties with people you can trust. And I'm really not sure why I never revealed to anyone until it was obvious and open, the struggles I was going through with Suzanne. I don't know. It could have been pride. Maybe I didn't want to sound like I was complaining. Maybe it was loyalty, some type of loyalty to her. Maybe I was ashamed that our marriage was falling apart as it was the first one in our family. Maybe I thought it would be burdening others, and I should figure out everything by myself. Or maybe I thought about asking for help from others was a sign of weakness. But I'm not sure why I was so closed off. I'm no longer that way. But I do think that hyper privacy I once subscribed to can be carried to an extreme. And I regret, for my own sake, I guess, not having figured that out a little sooner. Those are my regrets, disappointments, whatever.
Thank you for sharing. As you think back on your life and the different chapters, including your current stage of life, which chapter has been the most rewarding or fulfilling?
Well, I mean, there's been more positive than negatives in each of my chapters, and for that I'm grateful. But the best chapter by far is the one that I have right this very moment. I'm blessed with what great relationship with Trish. As I mentioned earlier, we're not wealthy, but we're financially secure. We have lots of family and friends. Both of us are in good health. And I have so much to look forward to. I have been crossing things off my bucket list, right and left. But I keep adding things more rapidly than I take things off. But I think that is a good thing. Next month I'll be crossing off. Well, a long time ago I did all 50. I accomplished all 50 states. That's when I went to Alaska with Jill. That was my 50th state. But I'm going to be going to India next month, and that will get me all the continents except Antarctica, and I'm not sure I'll make that one. I was looking the other day, when I was born, the life expectancy was 65 for men in the U.S. I've already been living on borrowed time by close to 10 years, so I can't complain about that. I think that one of the reasons I'm enjoying this chapter far more, really, than all the others is it's the first time since high school. Well, two reasons, really. First, it's the first time since high school that I really don't have any serious responsibilities to work, to whatever. And I think I also feel blessed right now because I have had my share of down periods, dark moments, divorce, Jill, etc. And I'm now finally at peace with all that stuff, and I'm open, and as I've shared in the interview and so on, and I just feel at peace with everything in the past. Everything in the present is very good, and I look forward to the future. So, Life is good. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to fall. And I hope it doesn't for a while.
Me too. What are some of the most important lessons learned over the years?
Well, I think I have learned a lot. Some of them through mistakes and some of them just through life's experiences. So these are kind of little almost one-liners, but I would say that I've learned that life can throw you some very unexpected curves. So always be ready for surprises and be strong enough, resilient enough to figure out how to get through those. Another one I think is going through difficult times can make you stronger, smarter, and actually a better person. There's often a silver lining, I've learned, in the darkest of clouds, but you have to look for it. It's not always easy to find, but keep digging, I've learned, because it's likely to be there. I've also learned that, kind of related to all that, when one door closes, another one often opens. I've also learned it's important to be grateful, learned it's important to be humble, learned it's important to empathize, and I would say that empathy and sympathy are not the same, and I've always, I guess, had a fair amount of sympathy and ability to sympathize with people, but empathize, which is really putting yourself in their shoes, is a little different notion, and I'm still working on empathy, but I think I've got it. I've also learned that what I would call a value-based life's important. In other words, having some kind of a North Star in your life and try to reach it without violating ethical principles and make sure you have ethical principles right from the get-go. And the last thing I would share is that I've learned that the importance of hard work and doing the right thing. But this is what I've learned. But hard work and doing the right thing, they don't always pay off. They really don't. But you still need to do the right thing and work hard, because at least you can sleep at night, even though it doesn't lead, maybe, sometimes it doesn't, to anything that you had hoped for.
Sam, how would you say the world has changed since you were young?
Well, I would point to several things. I think it's at a faster pace than it once was. I think it was more relaxed when I was growing up. The second thing is huge technological changes, especially around communications with computers and iPhones, etc. And the world is just much more connected, interconnected, and constant news cycle and all that. Another really important change is it's not technological, it's more sociological, that I think is a huge change for the better, is that while we have not eliminated, we have reduced a lot of discrimination in our society. When I was growing up, women could be one of four things: wives, teachers, secretaries, maybe a nurse. Similarly, African Americans when were growing up, and other minorities were, lynchings were still fairly common. And especially in the South, schools were segregated, separate bathrooms, drinking fountains. And in 2008, we elected a black president. That's huge. That's huge. We still have a lot of work to do, but that was absolutely unthinkable that you would have a black president. It was unthinkable that women could be doing all the kinds of things that they're doing now. And I would say that change, that's what I would call sociological change, is in some ways even more dramatic, impressive, positive than the technological changes. On the racial discrimination thing and how has improved but not been eliminated, I experienced a lot of that with Carter and Tanya in our family, so I've seen that pretty up close and personal. And Teresa's had some horrible instances of sexual harassment in the workplace. But I think the genie's out of the bottle. I don't think there's any way that we'll go back. Hopefully we won't, to the way things once were. Of course, there has been a backlash reflected in the election of Trump, but I think that's only a temporary backslide, and I don't think you can change what's happened over the positive change over the last 65 years. I'm really excited about the millennial generation. I don't know if Reese and Eve are part of that generation, but I don't know, the 20-somethings and younger, and the activism of women and so on. I think that's going to be excellent. And stated differently, I guess when us older white men die off, that I think the world will be a better place. But I'm hoping that I'm maybe the last one to go, because I want to live a long life. Oh.
What advice or counsel do you have for someone who is 25 years or 15 years, a younger person today? Any words of wisdom on how to deal with life?
Okay, well, when we went through the question about lessons learned, I mean, some of that I think is kind of part of this question too, but let me add a few more words of wisdom, if you will. One would be, don't expect a clear sail in life. I was a little naive and not very well prepared to handle the adversity that I encountered. So you need to expect some bumps and humps along the line, along the way. I mean, the important thing is you make sure you learn, that you learn from those, from that adversity. It'll serve you well when you hit the next set, and they will be there, the next set of obstacles, adversity, disappointment, or whatever. I have put together just a half a dozen, I guess, one-liners here that I'll share to Wendy. But well, the first one I want to repeat the one that's my all-time favorite, and that is, do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path, and leave a trail. I hope people might want to think about that. And another expression I like is take life seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. You know, in other words, you need to think beyond yourself. The golden rule will always hold, and that is do unto others, don't do unto others, all that kind of stuff. That's really important. You need to believe in yourself and realize that each one of us is special and has some special gifts to give. A positive attitude, I think, goes a long way. In our family, Twyla is a great role model for that, I think. It's important to embrace change, mainly because about the only constant in life is change. So rather than just accept change, I would encourage people to embrace it. And failures and mistakes are fine as long as you learn from them. And then finally would be, there's always room for improvement, and we're all a work in progress. Until we take our last breath, there's always room to grow and become an even better person. And that's some of the kind of one-liners. But I'll just elaborate on 2 or 3 things that I think I would share with the 15 to 25-year-olds if they ever want to listen to this. Education is important, and it's opened up a lot of doors for me. And so I would say going as far as you can possibly go in formal education, is important. Now, I appreciate the fact that not everyone is cut out to be a lifelong student like I was. I finally graduated from college when I was about 30 or something, I guess. But when I was growing up, there were plenty of opportunities for people that had very little or relatively little education. I don't know how much education my dad had. I think it was less than 8 years, but he was successful. But that's not the way it is today. It's pretty much economic suicide if as a minimum you don't have a high school education. And if at all possible, you need to go beyond that, and it may be a community college or a vocational school or something where you can get skills or certification or something. So to summarize, I guess, education really opens lots of doors, including financial or career opportunities, and it can never be taken away from you. Beyond formal education, I would encourage people to think of life as a lifelong learning experience outside the classroom, if you will, because while formal education is important, there are lots of other ways to learn. I think travel is a great educational experience, and to be open to people that are different from you is important. You can learn so much from people. You learn a lot more from people that are different from you than you do from people that are like you, just almost by definition, whether that's in terms of a different religion, different race, different culture, whatever. So get out of your comfort zone. Take some risk. Here's another nugget that I learned fairly recently, I think. I mean, none of us like to be treated unfairly or not feel appreciated or whatever. But here's something to think about. Would you rather be treated unfairly or be the one dishing out the unfair treatment? Or would you rather be the one who is not appreciated or the one who doesn't know how to show appreciation? I'm not suggesting that you need to roll over and play dead when things like this happen, but when someone takes advantage of you or is disrespectful or whatever, but I think it is important to ask, whew, I'm sure glad I'm not like that person that just did that to me. My next piece of advice involves parenting, and I would begin by saying, first, there's nothing wrong with not having children. And I think more and more people are moving in that direction. But if you do make the choice to become a parent, you need to take that awesome responsibility very, very seriously. And knowing that there's going to be a lot of hard work, disappointments, frustrations, and you always need to love your kids, even if there are times when you might not like them, or at least like what they're doing, but you still need to love them. And being a parent is not for the faint of heart. But once that decision is made, you have a responsibility to hang in there through thick and thin, and do the very best you can. My final nugget of advice, and I think the most important one, is reflected in a quote from Helen Keller that I pulled up. It says, "Many persons have a wrong idea of what constitutes true happiness. It's not attained through self-gratification, but through fidelity to a worthy purpose." And I think the most important worthy purpose is helping or serving others, and knowing a bit about Helen Keller, I'm pretty sure that's what she had in mind. So think of helping and serving others as the rent you pay for the opportunity to live on this earth. You're paying your rent. And there are so many ways that you can pay it forward. It can be through your occupation, serving the public interest by working in public universities afforded me that opportunity. And that's also why Trish went into nursing, even though it resulted in less pay and less professional stature for her, given where she was in her first career. So it can be through occupation. It can be through work in your community, local organizations, associations, and political causes or whatever. And I've done a lot of that, and I know many of my siblings have as well. I mean, think of your dad and that water project that he was basically the originator, or at least one of the founders of that, and they started with really nothing, and he's worked his tails off, all volunteer. And it's been a huge impact throughout western South Dakota. So that's another way. And then there are less obvious ways. For example, Trish has been a blood or platelet donor since she was in her 20s, and at last count she had donated 262 pints of blood. Your mother and I can't do that because we had hepatitis, but that's another example. This past Christmas season, Trish and I went to Subway, and we bought a bunch of $10 gift cards, and we walked around and gave them to homeless people. Now, I trust that this does not come across as bragging, given the Cordis culture, because that's not my point. I just used some of those examples to illustrate the lots of different ways that you can pay it forward, and I think all of us can find special ways to make the world a bit better, and that I think each of us definitely has a responsibility to do so. It's I like to think that it's more important to be a go-giver than a go-getter. I want to close by a quote from a commencement speech that was given by Chief Justice John Roberts less than a year ago. As part of his remarks, at one point he said to the graduates, he said, "I wish you bad luck." And a hush fell over the crowd. Commencement speakers never wish them bad luck, right? That's unheard of. What is going on? Well, he continued, and this is what he said: "I wish you bad luck from time to time, so that you will be conscious of the role chance in life and understand that your success is not completely deserved and that the failure of others is not completely deserved either." In other words, we should not be that quick to judge those who fail, nor should we get too heady, I think, with our own accomplishment. Chief Justice's quote brings me back to earth whenever I start patting myself on the back about some of my accomplishment. Yeah, I do think I deserve to give myself some credit, a fair amount of credit for my hard work, some pretty good choices, etc. But I'm also very mindful of some incredible advantages I've had. And there are three that I would mention. First, I'm white. That's huge. And again, having Carter and Tanya's children has given me, unfortunately, an up-close and personal look at racial discrimination. And although our country's made tons of progress, we have laws on the book against discrimination, there's still such a thing as white privilege. And frankly, I've benefited from that. I'm a male. And I mentioned earlier that when I was growing up, women had 4 choices: wife, teacher, secretary, or nurse. Thankfully, that has changed dramatically, but we still have a way to go. And I've benefited from not having to face the barriers that women faced then and now. And then third, I was raised in a loving and intact family. And that's a huge advantage. So when I get feeling too proud of my accomplishments, I say, listen, you were born a white male and raised in a loving, intact family, and not everyone is so lucky. So my advice to others is to realize that luck plays a role in terms of who succeeds and who doesn't, and a little bit of humility and a whole lot of empathy will serve you very well. End of my comments about words of wisdom.
So Sam, this brings us to our final question. What else do you have on your mind? Do you have any other memories you'd like to add about the Cordis family, or any other thoughts to share?
Well, I think we've covered a lot, and you've done a great job. Thank you. And I probably do have some things, but right now I can't quite get my head around what they might be. So if I do have some things later on when I get back to Chicago, I'll just have Trish pop open the camera and I'll share my random thoughts that maybe I missed on this round, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.